Check.
We hear you down south.
I believe the sound has been fixed. Sorry for the delay.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed with any public comments down south or up north.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry about that. Our next comment comes from Neil Rombardo.
Just for the benefit of Las Vegas, were you able to hear? There's a couple of procedural questions that were being asked at the table before public comment.
No, we are not able to hear those questions.
Okay, perhaps you'd like to go on the mic and restate. So this way.
Oh, it wasn't, my bad. Never give lawyer technology. I have two procedural questions before my time starts. I was informed I sent in exhibits last night as part of my public comment. The C, and I mistakenly said superintendent's name, Canavero. I apologize. Nonetheless, those exhibits were sent in, and I want to make sure that the board has received them. If they have not received them, you have an open meeting law issue under NRS 241020. Secondly, we submitted public comment via Simon Hall Johnston, which is a law firm that represents the Washoe County School District. I was informed this morning
Testing, 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 testing the public comment mic. Las Vegas, if this is coming through loud.
We can hear it.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, it is 9:24 and we will reconvene our meeting. We will continue with public comments and I will confirm with Dag Ott that we are okay to proceed on these issues.
Yeah, you're okay to proceed. I take it the board has now received and had a chance to review the comments that Mr. Rombardo referenced, both the letter and the documents. I don't have a copy of the documents that you said, but I assume it's the same ones from the workshop. If you have a hard copy. Yeah, if you could just let me get a hard copy, President Dockweiler.
Can those materials please be provided to Dag Ott? And the materials have been received by all the members in Las Vegas and reviewed. And it looks like they're being distributed up north as well for review. So when ready, please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Neil Rombardo, and I'm the Chief General Counsel for the Washoe County School District. It's a pleasure to be with you today, here with you today. To begin with, you have other open meeting law issues in that your agenda is misleading. It says that the statute repealed this. It did not, which I will show you in this testimony. You also have failed to meet the notice requirements of NRS 233B, and I apologize for speaking so fast, but as we all know, 3 minutes is not a lot of time. That being said, the fact that you failed to meet the notice requirements under 233B is another reason to not go forward with your hearing today and to just push pause. What is the rush? What does the NDE and why does the NDE want you to withdraw a NAC that's been on the books for over 20 years and suddenly it's become important today? Because why? They don't want to pay for residential placement because that's what's being removed from the NAC. And that's what they're asking you to do today. More specifically, however, since November of 2024, the Washoe County School District has asked the NDE for help under the Program for Persons with Disabilities with Unique Needs, which is also found in the NRS, and thus why your notice is wrong. NRS 388-5223 to NRS 388-5243, and NAC 388-460 to NAC 388-488. Exhibits 1 and 2 that I have provided you. In response, the NDE has refused to follow any of these requests and has refused to follow the law, and as a result, has refused to follow in Nevada to support a student here in Nevada. So because of the limited time, I'm going to make this super simple. First, let's compare Exhibit 1 to Exhibit 2. Notice at the top of Exhibit 1, which is the NAC that they are asking you to repeal, it specifically states, Program for Persons with Disabilities with Unique Needs. Take a look at Exhibit 2, which is the NRS, Nevada Revised Statute. Look at the top and look what it says. Program for Persons with Disabilities with Unique Needs. Yet they are sitting here telling you it was withdrawn from the NRS. It is blatantly false. Second, the NDE responded to the district's request for funding under the program that the program is not funded, so therefore it is not law, which is absurd. It is literally on the books as I have provided it to you today under Exhibit 1. I understand that their argument is that it has been repealed by implication, which is also absurd. The courts have disdain for arguments of something being repealed by implication. Third, the NDE keeps pushing the district to apply under the CASE program, which in 2021, the Nevada legislature amended NRS 388-5243, the funding mechanism for CASE. Please take a look at Exhibit 3. If you look at Exhibit 3, this is the legislative change in 2021. It specifically removes the contingency account for special education. It crosses out the word contingency and instead changes it to an account for state special education.
Mr. Lombardo, we are at 3 minutes.
There's no timer in your room. This is a violation of the open meeting law. I don't see a timer. I would have changed my comments. You can't not have a timer to show the speaker what the timeline is.
Do you have written comments to submit?
No, but I'm putting on the record that's open meeting law violation as well. You cannot not have a timer and then say, well, that's your 3 minutes. How do I know I got 3 minutes? How do I know he didn't set up for 2 minutes and 30 seconds?
I appreciate your concerns, Council Lombardo. There's no requirement in the open meeting law for a timer, but if you have a citation, I'm happy to look at it. But
how about notice, Greg?
Are there any other in-person comments in Carson City?
President Dockweiler, we have another public comment from Casey Edgington.
Good morning, President Dockweiler, Interim Superintendent Dr. Canavero, and members of the board. For the record, I'm Casey Edgington, the Early Learning Academic Support Coordinator in the Washoe County School District. In this role, I directly support Read by Grade 3 and our Washoe County School District literacy specialists. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input on the Read by Grade 3 assessment selection. On behalf of Washoe County School District, I want to express strong support for allowing our district to opt out of the state-selected interim assessment, MAP Growth, for the 2025-26 school year, and instead use iReady to fulfill the requirements of the Read by Grade 3 law. Washoe County School District has implemented iReady for the past 2 years and has seen its positive impact firsthand. iReady provides immediate actionable data that empowers educators to tailor instruction, intervention, and enrichment to meet individual student needs. The platform offers grade level placement and percentile rankings, giving clear insight into how students are performing relative to academic standards and their peers. It delivers detailed reporting across 5 essential domains of reading: phonological awareness, phonics, high frequency words, vocabulary, and comprehension. Each student receives an individualized growth goal based on their first diagnostic of the year. These targets reflect typical progress for students at similar performance levels, ensuring goals are both realistic and achievable. This allows educators to track whether students are making expected annual growth and progressing toward proficiency. iReady also supports teachers with class-level reports that group students by similar skills needs, making small group instruction more efficient and focused. Standards-aligned instructional tools and lessons help address identified learning gaps. In addition, family reports are clear and accessible, offering actionable next steps to partner with families. These iReady features align directly with the requirements of Read by Grade 3. Equally important, educators across WCSD have extensive experience with the platform. It is used district-wide, and as a result, no additional professional learning would be needed for successful implementation. This makes iReady a cost-efficient, instructionally sound, and immediately actionable choice for our district. I respectfully urge the board to allow Washoe County School District to opt out of using the state-selected interim assessment MAP growth for the 2025-26 school year and instead be allowed to use iReady to meet the requirements of the Read by Grade 3 law. Thank you for your ongoing commitment to ensuring every Nevada student reads proficiently by grade 3.
Thank you. Just under the 3 minutes. Perfect. Anybody else?
Our next public comment comes from Dawn Angadi.
Good morning, President Dockweiler, Interim Superintendent Canavero, and members of the board. I'm Don Angadi, Chief Academic Officer of Elementary Education in the Washoe County School District. I'm here to respectfully request that Washoe County School District be permitted to use iReady instead of MAP growth for the 25-26 school year to meet Read by Grade 3 requirements. Why this matters, it's what's best for students. K-3 students are currently required to take both MAP and iReady, 6 reading and math assessments annually, plus 2 additional assessments for third grade students due to Smarter Balanced. This next month, the month of April and May, our third graders will have taken 6 assessments with iReady, MAP, and SBAC. This double testing creates unnecessary stress, reduces instructional time, and offers no educational benefit. For young learners, 12 hours, or in the case of third grade students, 16 hours of standardized testing a year is excessive. Assessments should support learning and not compete with it. Why we use iReady. WCSD adopted iReady to provide a consistent tool across grades K-8 in both ELA and math, not to add redundancy. The state does not fund interim assessments for math or grades 4 through 8, requiring districts to find a scalable solution. iReady is aligned to Nevada standards, offers real-time actionable data, and includes built-in instructional supports. MAP does not offer these benefits. Why alignment is critical? The state's own selection committee recommended a shift to iReady after a year-long evidence-based review. The decision was delayed, forcing districts like Washoe County School District to double test with a tool already deemed inferior. Educators in Washoe County School District are trained and successfully implementing iReady with demonstrated student gains on Smarter Balanced. iReady meets all reporting and identification criteria, including linking studies and cut scores. Why? What we are asking? We're not asking for an exception. We're asking for alignment with the state's intended direction. We want to reduce the testing burden, increase instructional time, and use a single high-quality system that supports all learners. We believe in accountability, but we also believe in local responsibility. We're not asking for less data, we're asking for better data. In closing, I want to thank you for your time today and commitment to Nevada students. We urge your support to allow Washoe County School District the flexibility to move forward with iReady. Thank you.
Madam President, we have 2 public comments left. Our next one comes from Gia Massini.
If there is a speaker speaking, forgive me, but we cannot hear.
Yeah, it was. Is it better? Okay. Can I start again?
Yes.
Hello, members of the Board of Education and Superintendent Canavero. Thank you for this opportunity to address you today about the shift from MAP assessment to the new Read by 3 assessment. My name is Gia Marasini, and I am the principal of Matter Academy of Northern Nevada. We are a public Title I charter school attached to the Boys and Girls Club on 9th Street in Reno, Nevada. 3 times a year, our students take an iReady diagnostic test. We find that the data we receive from this test is very accurate and makes it possible for us to create individual learning goals as well as small learning groups to meet students at their current learning levels and help them grow towards proficiency. Our K-3 students also take the MAP assessment. We don't find the MAP assessment data as accurate or as informative when determining what the next best instructional steps are for our students. So our students take an assessment to meet a state requirement and nothing else. In a world where students spend far too much time on assessments, using an assessment tool that takes an average of 6 hours over the course of a year, a full day of instruction, and doesn't inform instruction is a waste of instructional time. Additionally, the professional development that Curriculum Associates provides to allow teachers to truly understand and use the data has been so beneficial in moving our students forward to proficiency. I've been a principal at Matter for 6 years and have never had any type of professional development support offered from MAP to allow a deeper dive into understanding the data from the MAP assessment. If we are going to administer assessments to students, we need to be able to understand the assessment and then know how to use that data to impact student learning. iReady has done a much better job of doing that. I'm in support of the move to iReady, and I ask this board to consider adopting the assessment today so we can begin to plan our assessment calendar for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last public comment comes from Troy Parks.
Good morning, President Dockweiler, Interim Superintendent Dr. Canavero, and members of the board. For the record, I am Troy Parks, the Chief Academic Officer for Secondary Education in the Washoe County School District. I'm here today to respectfully request that the Washoe County be granted the flexibility to opt out of using the state-selected interim assessment MAP growth for next year, and instead be allowed to use iReady to meet the requirements of the Read by Grade 3 law. This is both a necessary and responsible request. First and foremost, this is what's best for students. Under current requirements, our students in grades K through 3 take both the MAP and iReady 3 times a year in reading and math, 6 high-stakes assessments annually for our youngest learners. This kind of double testing is not defensible. It places an unnecessary burden on our teachers and staff, creates confusion for our educators and our families about which data is best. And the most importantly, it pulls students away from meaningful instruction to complete assessments that offer no added value. Second, WCSD adopted iReady not to create redundancy, but because we wanted a comprehensive K through 8 assessment platform. The state does not fund an interim assessment in math or in grades 4 through 8. So to provide consistent standards-aligned screening and instruction support across all grades, our district needed to adopt a tool. We chose iReady because it is simply a better fit. It aligns with the Nevada state standards. It gives our teachers, families, and students immediate, actionable, easily understandable data. It includes embedded videos supports and helps our educators address learning gaps and provides differentiated lessons that help our students accelerate and get the support they need. Using one high-quality system across K-8 for both reading and math also means clearer communication to our families and more instructional coherence for our educators. My final point, WCSD believes in accountability. And more importantly, we believe the most important purpose for assessment is to provide evidence for our educators whether or not our students are learning their grade level standards. Based on that evidence, our educators can immediately address the students who are struggling, meeting standards, and exceeding standards. Only then can our educators deliver on the promise to ensure high levels of learning for all of our students. Therefore, please consider doing what is best for our students and allow WCSD to utilize iReady for our K through 8 assessment platform, including using iReady to meet the requirements of Read by Grade 3. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to Nevada students.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Are there any other comments up north?
Madam President, there are no other public comments.
Okay, we will move to the Las Vegas office where I believe we have one for public comment 1. And this is for Michael O'Dowd, principal at Pinecrest Academy.
morning, President Dockweiler and the members of the board and our Superintendent Canavero. Michael O'Dowd, for the record. For the past 15 years, I've had the privilege of using iReady, both in the district and after I retired and worked for Pinecrest Academy at Pinecrest as well. And some of the reasons why I think number one is it does provide the diagnostic, which is a wonderful tool, and that's what everybody would get to use. But the best part about iReady is that then from that diagnostic, creates an individual learning path for each student. And one of the things that's best about that is I think a lot of times we focus in on those struggling students. One thing iReady does a great job of is it focuses in on every student. We're able to give an individual learning path for those high achieving students, those students who are right on grade level, and yes, of course, the struggling students. Also, it's a great indicator or predictor of how students are going to perform on the Smarter Balanced Assessment, which we have to take at the end of the year. And as you've heard before, iReady is serving all of our students K through 8, both for reading and for math. And so anyway, I would really encourage you to continue the discussion and looking at the procurement process. The procurement, that crew selected iReady as their first choice, and there's many reasons why. So as you've heard with everybody before, and I hate to keep repeating what's been said, but I would ask that you just give schools the choice. If you're not ready to make the commitment and move forward fully with iReady, at least give the schools the choice if they're going to use MAP or iReady. Many other states allow that choice, and many of our schools are already using iReady, and so it would be a tool that would benefit our students and our teachers. And I can't emphasize as much as everybody else has already said. We're asking our youngest students to take iReady and MAP, and I know the state's asking them to take MAP so far, but if we switch to iReady, a lot of your schools are already doing both, and it would be very productive for our teachers and our students. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Have any written comments been submitted online?
Yes, we have a few written comments submitted online. I will go ahead and start with public comment for item number 10, submitted by Craig Statuki. President Dockweiler, Vice President Hughes, and members of the State Board of Education, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. First, I urge the State Board to discontinue the goal of moving from the top 20 to the top 10 in the Quality Counts K through 12 student achievement rankings. This report has not been updated since 2021, and as of March 2024, Education Week publicly announced it will no longer produce it. Basing long-term strategic goals on a discontinued metric is no longer valid or useful. Second, I recommend the State Board reconsider its goals related to the College and Career Readiness Diploma. Although legislation passed in 2023 established the CCR diploma as a default diploma, it does not actually measure college or career readiness. The 3.25 GPA requirement aligns with eligibility for the Millennia Scholarship, not the entrance standards for Nevada's post-secondary institutions. Additionally, GPA is not an appropriate proxy for career readiness. Employers prioritize technical competencies and professional skills over academic GPAs. A student who demonstrates proficiency in a career pathway should not be disqualified from earning a CCR diploma due to their overall GPA. These are two distinct measures and should not be intertwined. I encourage the board to define college and career readiness in terms that reflect the expectations of both Nevada's higher education institutions and the state's employers. Setting a goal of 100% of the students graduating truly ready for college and or careers would better reflect the purpose of a high school diploma. Without this readiness, a diploma represents only that a student spent 12 to 13 years in the system, not that they are prepared for life after graduation. Thank you for your consideration. The next emailed public comment was submitted by Jenny Anderson. Good afternoon. Thank you for your work on the NDE board and for your support for all districts across our state. I wanted to reach out to you with my concern over the Read by Grade 3 assessment being discussed at your upcoming meeting. Throughout my time as a principal and now in central office, our reading data across the state has not improved. We have continued to use NWEA MAP as a compliance tool to report to the state. This has not resulted in actionable information that guides our institutional practices nor increases students' learning. During your last meeting, I really appreciated Member Orr's suggestion of the 2025-2026 school year being held harmless and allowing for districts to choose to move forward with the committee's recommendation of iReady or continue for the year with MAP. I believe these honors where each district may be at and allows for those who have already seen the great value in iReady to make even better use of this tool. There is much coming our way with it being legislative session and anything you can do to help to make use of tools we are working to reduce compliance-based testing would be greatly appreciated. Continuing with MAP would continue to require our students K through 3 to engage in double testing multiple times throughout the year. MAP for compliance and iReady for instructional choices and students learning. Kind regards, Jenny Anderson, Director. The next email public comment we received was from Michelle Freeland. Dear members of the Nevada State Board of Education, I am writing in regards to an agenda item scheduled for the May 14th, 2025 board meeting concerning possible action on the selection of Read by Grade 3 assessment. I know that you must consider the needs of all school districts that you serve, but I would like to share my perspective as a language learning strategist in Clark County School District, providing data-driven Tier 2 instruction to elementary students. I urge you to consider using MAP as the Read by Grade 3 assessment. As you know, MAP by NWEA is the universal screener for CCSD. And when making choices about the needs of the students I serve, I use additional tools, including FastBridge for fluency and a phonics screener if needed, as outlined by my district. I strongly believe that we need consistency, and keeping MAP provides continuity and allows teachers to monitor growth and rich historical data. Switching to a new Read by Grade 3 assessment would mean starting to collect new data from scratch. This would make it hard to determine the efficacy of our current Tier 1 ELA curriculum and Tier 2 programs. Other assessments like iReady may provide diagnostic data, but I am concerned how the data would align with the new curricula that CCSD implemented in recent years, including HMH into Reading Core, 95 Phonics, and Phonics Lesson Library for intervention. The timing of this potential change greatly concerns me. Teachers report back in 10 weeks and will need to begin benchmark assessments shortly after that. This timeline feels rushed and will not provide teachers the time they need to learn a new platform, how to administer the assessment, and analyze new reports. These reports will be vital to creating the required student literacy performance plan, a new format that CCSD teachers began using in the fall of 2024. Please make these concerns into consideration when making your choice about whether to keep or replace MAP by NWEA. Thank you for your time, Michelle Freeland. Next public comment we received by Colby. Dear Nevada Board of Education, I am writing on behalf of Washoe School Principals Association to formally request approval to pilot the use of iReady reading as an alternative to MAP growth assessments to fulfill the reading-based graduation requirement 3 for our students. After careful evaluation of both platforms, we believe iReady offers a more comprehensive and instructional, meaningful approach. iReady not only provides accurate and standards aligned diagnostic data, but also generates individualized learning pathways for students, supporting differentiated instructional in real time. This allows our educators to target student needs more precisely and efficiently. Moreover, the iReady platform integrates seamlessly into instructional planning, offering actionable data that informs day to day teaching practices. Unlike MAPS, which provides more summative results, iReady gives teachers ongoing insights that can immediately impact classroom instructions and intervention strategies. A key advantage of this shift would be a reduction in assessment redundancy. iReady's combined diagnostic and instructional tools minimize the need for additional testing, thereby increasing valuable teaching time and reducing student test fatigue. Given these significant benefits, we respectfully request the opportunity to pilot iReady reading as a qualified assessment under the Read by Grade 3 guidelines. We are committed to collecting and sharing data from the pilot to demonstrate its effectiveness in meeting the required benchmarks. Thank you for considering this request. We look forward to the possibility of working with the department to explore more efficient, instructionally aligned approaches that truly serve the needs of our students and teachers. Sincerely, Colby WSPE or SPA President, Principal. And then I also received a few other um, public comments with the same sentiment. Would you like me to, instead of reading them all into the record, Madam President, to just let you know who submitted the public comment?
Yes, please. How many and their names?
We have We have 14 more public comments. So the first one was submitted by Wyatt Darrell. The next one was submitted by Joseph Palmathy.
And Angie, can you clarify what agenda item and if they're in what the comments are relative to?
They're all for the agenda item number 8 and in support of the iReady to be able to use this as a state approved assessment tool.
Thank you.
The next one was submitted by Manuel Herrera. Next one was submitted by Daryl Watt. Chrissy Haste. Angelique Reeder. Laura Davidson. Lucy Bors. Joelle Daniels. Damon Eder. Allison Aker. Stephanie Foreman. Leah Anderson. And Angie Bryan. And Madam President, we don't have any more public comments.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I want to thank all individuals who provided public comment in person or online. We greatly appreciate hearing from you. Thank you. Now we will move on to agenda item 3, approval of flexible agenda as we conclude public comment period number 1. May I have a motion to approve the use of a flexible agenda, allowing me to take items out of order if necessary?
Member Hudson, move to have a flexible agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Right. Member Ford seconds. Any discussion? All in favor? Say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. So now we will move on to agenda item 4, the president's report. And the very first item you will see here is we would like to honor Member Keys, our student member, for his dedication, his service, his thoughts, his intuitions, his perceptions, so many valuable things that you bring to this board. As a board, we have been very grateful for the student members who have served in the capacity that you are currently serving in. So thank you for all that you do. Having your voice is invaluable. We have a little something that we have prepared for you. However, due to supply chain issues, it's not here. So we will get that to you as soon as we can, but I would like to open it up to any other board members who would like to say something. Vice President Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. Vice President Hughes, for the record, just again want to reiterate our thanks for your service. And the thing I will share that I've always been so impressed with is just sort of that you do your homework, you know the issues, make sure your opinions are informed, and just come to the board meetings with passion for the work, which is super important. So just really appreciate that and hope to see you keep doing that, and excited to see what's next for you.
All right, Member Braxton.
Member Braxton, for the record. Member Keys, I just want to say that you're a true champion for the student's voice, and I appreciate you. It's needed. I hear you, I see you, and as well as the other students. Oftentimes, it's a concern when students are not engaged, but you exemplify that, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And Member Orr, I saw your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Member Orr, for the record. As a former student leadership advisor, I just am always so impressed by our young people, but there's no one better suited for this position, and someone who really has garnered the support of students throughout the state to stand up and use their voices. And I'm just so impressed by your work and always coming with ideas that are thought-provoking and really make me want to do better. So thank you.
Well said, Member Orr. Member Hudson.
I second everyone and what they said, but I also want to just tell you how much I'm proud. You are the example of what not CCSD, but Nevada can do for our students. Your ideas, you just leading and taking charge of making sure your vision does come alive is something that is amazing. Just like Member Orr has said, you make me want to be a better educator to make sure that I'm leading students to become exactly like you or similar to you, because we can't make you again. But I'm so ready to see what you do for, hopefully you stay in Nevada, for us. So yes, thank you so much for everything. Thank you you're doing for us.
Any other board members like to say something? Because I would like to turn it over to Member Dawson Owens and then to Member Keys to offer any final words.
Thank you. I know I've only been able to be on a couple of meetings with you, but I've also been listening when you've been on other meetings talking about you're not sure if your voice matters, but it absolutely does. Never underestimate the power of one and keep advocating for that student voice. That's why we're here, I believe, why we do what we do. And there is great hope always in the next generation. And we see that in you and are so grateful for your service and always a Nevadan, right? That's right. Thank you.
Member Keys, before you jump in, Member Ford would like to say something as well.
Thank you. We didn't have a chance to really work together too much, but I have been watching you. I've seen the things that you do to organize other students. And even though we didn't work together this time around, I look forward to working with you more in the future. You're definitely an ally. I see an ally in you. And just like everyone said, it's really
inspiring and exciting to have somebody to watch from afar and cheer on. So I will be doing that.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. When my freshman year, I definitely didn't imagine half of my high school experience serving on the state board. And last year was just so great. And then being reappointed by the governor was really a great experience, and being able to not only have my voice heard, but to show other people how to make their voice heard. Um, Through my student council conference, a bunch of people came up to me and they were like, "Thank you for being our voice." And I just had to remind them that no one's your voice. I'm just trying to show you how to use yours. And I think that's why we're all here. And so I definitely won't be leaving Nevada. I'm going to UNR in the fall, so I'm really excited for that. Go Pack. um, so yeah, I'm going to be studying public policy and administration there, and I hope to stay in Nevada. And I definitely won't be going anywhere. I might stop by for a public comment or two, just because there's so much going on right now. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Keys, for your service. You've chosen an apt major, and we look forward to see what you do in the future. And before this meeting is finished, perhaps at break, we all need to take a photograph. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to continued president's report, and I will lean on my committee members who are leading subcommittees. So we will start with updates relative to the AB 469 subcommittee by Member Braxton.
Great. Thank you, President Dockweiler. This is Member Braxton for the record. Since being appointed on March 12th, the AB 469 subcommittee, which includes myself along with members Ford and Hudson, has started meeting informally to get grounded in the work ahead. We've been taking time to better understand the context of AB 469, which is the foundation for NRS 388G 500 through 801. The board authorized us to propose parameters for adding new members, and I've reached out to Dag Ott for guidance on that process. We're currently awaiting his response. Thanks again for everyone who has engaged with us so far. We're just getting started, and there's a lot of good work ahead. We look forward to sharing what we've learned during a special subcommittee meeting in June.
Excellent. Thank you, Member Braxton. And to provide some additional context relative to these updates, this is part of our initiative to provide some feedback loops to the public relative to our work. So this is one way in which we are doing that. Now I will turn it over to Member Orr to provide us with an update on the at-risk subcommittee.
Thank you, Member Orr, for the record. As you know, over the last 10 months, during several meetings, the issue of at-risk funding has come up. It's been an issue that the public has weighed in on several times, and there was a hearing about this several months ago. We then set up a committee, and we will be having a hearing next week on the 20th at 2 p.m. We hope to garner some additional feedback from the community. This is a really important issue. This impacts funding, and our goal is to come up with the best way to have the most transparent and stable process for funding at-risk funding for our school districts. So it is really important, and we hope to, hear from the public at that subcommittee.
Thank you, Member Orr, for that update. And we encourage everyone to participate in that meeting next week, should you be able to. Next, we move on to our working groups for curriculum and the STIP, and Vice President Hughes will provide us with an update on both items.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so if you all may remember, several months ago, we started discussing how we could improve our process for curriculum selection. And so we had some subcommittee meetings and then ultimately decided to take those recommendations into a longer working group. They would have sort of multiple stakeholders. And so just wanted to, so that happened in basically sort of February through March. And so from here, just to give you a sense of the timeline, the goal is by December of 2025, we would have completed the process. And so there'll be a series of working groups. So they'll dig into some data. They'll look at best practices. They'll look at our current recommendations. We got some survey data from vendors and other stakeholders that we will look at. And then ultimately we'll hopefully then in 2026 use that new process to select curricula. The other thing is there is one adoption that's up in the middle of that timeline. And so my understanding is we're going to push that back a little bit. So I think it's social studies maybe, so that we're going to use a new process when the next adoption comes up so that we don't use an old process and then a month later switch it. And so we are going to adjust those timelines. I don't know, Deputy Superintendent Dixon, if you can clarify. I'm not sure. I know we talked about having a state board member on the working group, and I think in April was when the first working group was going to be held, but I know there's been a lot of transitions at the department. So could you just share where the working group's at?
Yes, thank you for the question. For the record, Anne Marie Dixon. We are scheduling our meeting this month, and we're going to meet with the team this week. And then I will reach out to you, Member Hughes, to see if you would like to be that representative or if you would like to have someone take your place.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so that is the update there. The other quick update is around the STIP. And so just give folks understanding of where that's at. So we approved the STIP a few months ago, given the March deadline, but had agreed that because there were so many moving pieces, we wanted to revisit it and update it. And so I was able to meet with our Chief Strategy Officer, Lisa Ford, and we had some conversations about ways we might strengthen sort of the framework. And then we are working to update our board goals, which is on our agenda for later today. So we'll start talking about that. And then we also know there's a bunch of changes happening in the session right now. And so we're hoping to kind of triangulate all of those pieces. And then once they're through, both updating our board goals, and then once we see what happens, what's finally passed in the legislature, we'll come back and do some updates to the STIP to make sure it's relevant and fresh and gives us the focused approach that we need to move forward as a state. I think that is it.
Thank you, Vice President Hughes. At this time, I will open it up to any board members who would like to provide any additional updates. Member Hudson. No, not Member Hudson. I'm looking up north. Anybody up north? No? Okay. Member Keys.
Yeah, thank you. Over the past month, I've been working with various students on different things, and that generally has led to a lot of student engagement in Nevada, which is great to see. I wanted to invite all of our board members. A group of students is hosting kind of a town hall this Sunday. It is at Las Vegas Academy of the Arts in the Loden Theater. It is 12 to 3 p.m. If anyone can email me, I can send you the link to sign up. But there's going to be a lot of elected officials up there. I believe Superintendent Ebert will be there and a few other officials. So it would be great to have everyone. I also wanted to say thank you to all the staff members across Nevada that continue to work on our dual enrollment programs. It's one thing to talk about how great it is, and it's another to actually experience it. So I was able to attend the commencement for Great Basin College in Pahrump over this weekend. I graduated with my Associates of Arts in General Studies, which is great. I did that completely through dual credit. I didn't have to pay for any of the classes. I just needed to pay for my books. So I just wanted to give a quick shout out to everyone. I think there were 4 students, dual credit students at that commencement. And I know that there were other commencements across the state because Great Basin just serves such a large majority of our state. So yeah, that's my update.
Oh, okay, we're back. first of all, congratulations on the associates. That's a huge accomplishment. So way to go. And looping back to the event this Sunday, May 17th at LVA, do you have a time? What time is the event? Member Key says 12 to 3. His mic is also having some difficulty.
Okay, sorry. Thank you so much. Member Braxton and I had the opportunity to attend the largest farmers market here and actually in the country, and it was amazing. Apologize for my little show and tell, but amazing soap and items that the kids were making. Piggy bank, it's amazing if you have not been. And financial literacy, thank you Green Our Planet for unveiling financial literacy curriculum for K through 12, and it was a spectacular event. One other shout out to Dawson School. I was able to go and sit as a judge on their capstone panels, and amazing work that they're doing, connecting with the community, finding nonprofit partners about issues that are important in our community. A lot of great topics, including access to early education, sex trafficking, health issues. Really a great job, and it was again, always great to see these amazing entrepreneurs and the kids being engaged and involved in our community and events and the learning that's going on there. So great things in our schools.
Okay, great. All right, Member Braxton, for the record, I just want to give a shout out to all of the educators or teachers who participated in the UNLV Project Pueblo program. This was a program where our teachers presented, actually they represented schools throughout CCSD, and they showcased their research on addressing opportunities for success within CCSD. Project Pueblo provides elementary and second level teachers with school tools and strategies to support learning, content, and language development of students from multi-ethnic communities. And it was very informative. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for all the updates, members. Okay, so with that, we will go to our interim superintendent's report, and I will turn it over to Dr. Canavero.
Thank you, President Dockweiler, and to members of the board, Steve Canavero, your interim state superintendent public instruction. I just want to say I think I'm 4 weeks into the role, and I have felt like I've had to catch a moving train. At times I feel like I got run over by it. At times I feel like I'm on it. Other times I feel like I'm chasing it. But that's really much credit to Superintendent Ebert and to this board for your leadership, your collective leadership, and the development of an exceptional team at the Department of Education. So it's been an honor to get to know folks who are new for me, and it's also been a luxury to reconnect with folks from my prior service. I'm just going to work through a couple of items fairly quickly, but I also don't want to shortchange some of the appreciations that I have in my update. Last week marked Teacher Appreciation Week and State Workers Appreciation Week. The department had a number of activities for our staff, and 10 of our NDE colleagues received certificates of recognition from Governor Lombardo for their years of service to the Silver State. The certificates are hand-signed by the governor, and they celebrate significant milestones in public service. So I just would like to read a few names into the record. The recipients for their public service recognition include Jeffrey Hoover, Christine First, Mava Picard, John Hoban, Paul Pertita, Andre De Leon, Sharon Usher, Deborah Aquino, Don Boiter, and Jana Mulberry. And Jana received the highest at 26 years of service. So congratulations to those staff, both in Las Vegas and in Carson City. Related, as a way to further celebrate our educators and inspire the next generation, the department launched the Be a Champion campaign on May 1st. Leading up to Teacher Appreciation Week, this initiative highlights the profound difference teachers make in the lives of their students. We have a number of videos that were part of the media package around Be the Champion campaign. We planned on sharing one with you today, but what we'll do is share links. Some of you may have already seen the videos. They're available, but we'll share links to the board so that you can look at those tearjerker videos that the team produced. April was the month of the military child, a special time to acknowledge the unique sacrifices and remarkable resilience of the military-connected students and the schools serving them. These children bring so much to our schools and communities, and our Purple Star schools truly exemplify a dedicated commitment to ensuring their well-being and success. Schools that received this year's Purple Star School Award include Bilbray Elementary School, Carol M. Johnston STEM Academy, Henry and Evelyn Bozarth Elementary School, Indian Springs School, Legacy Traditional Schools Southwest, North Valleys High School, Oasis Academy, both its elementary and its high, Sierra Vista High School, Somerset Academy Lone Mountain, Somerset Academy Sky Point, and Montessori Visions Academy, which is a private school. Just to give you an indication what this might look like on the ground, Somerset Academy Sky Point serves 150 military-connected students. The next item is the developmental delay update, which, as I understand, the board had asked for, and specifically regarding the developmental delay eligibility category. And following Director Bauer's presentation on other states' practices, we consulted with special ed directors across Nevada. Their professional consensus is that if the state board decides to change when a student exits this category, their strong preference is to set that age at 7. Again, at age 7. This recommendation is based on their direct experience in effectively identifying and supporting students with developmental delays. To move forward, if the board agrees with this recommendation, our staff is prepared to place this item on a future meeting agenda for your consideration and possible approval. This would then allow us to draft the specific regulatory language and begin the formal change process. Alternatively, if the board wishes to explore this topic further before making a decision, we're also ready to work with you to define what additional information or study would be helpful. And lastly, just as a personal note, I want to conclude my report today and take a moment to acknowledge the upcoming retirement of Deputy Superintendent Anne-Marie Dixon at the end of this month. For the past 2 years, Anne-Marie has served the state with considerable dedication and distinction in her role overseeing the Student Achievement Division. Her leadership has been instrumental in guiding statewide efforts aimed at enhancing academic outcomes, promoting equitable opportunities for all students throughout Nevada. Her strategic thinking and steadfast commitment have been vital in advancing our collective goals for student success. Anne-Marie's contributions have had a significant impact on the state's landscape. Her collaborative approach and deep understanding of the challenges and opportunities within our system have made her a respected leader and valued partner. Speaking for all of us at the department and knowing that our gratitude is shared by colleagues statewide, we want to express our sincere appreciation to Anne-Marie for years of dedicated service and her steadfast commitment to students of Nevada. Anne-Marie, we wish you a fulfilling and enjoyable retirement as you embark on this next chapter. Thank you very much. And with that, President Dockweiler, I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent Canavero, and congratulations, Deputy Superintendent Dixon, on your upcoming retirement. We wish you well and thank you for your years of service. With that, we will move on to the consent agenda, which is item 6. I trust that our board members have had ample opportunity to review the consent agenda and support materials. As a reminder, board members are asked to review all materials and request clarification in writing. Any board member may pull an item for discussion, or we can approve them with a single motion. One point of clarification that I would like to make is to item C. Member Dawson Owens is not with the Chamber of Commerce. She is with the Children's Advocacy Alliance. So I would offer that change for the record. All right. Would any members like to pull an item for discussion, or may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Member
Member
Hudson.
Braxton, Member Braxton, I motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second? Any second?
Member Hudson, second.
All right. Member Hudson seconds. Any discussion? Yeah. So Member Braxton, would you mind making the motion with the change to Children's Advocacy Alliance?
I motion to amend with change of Member Dawson Owens to the Children's Advocacy Alliance.
Thank you.
Member Hudson, second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Seeing none, any abstentions? All right, so moved. So now, moving on to agenda item 7, the time is 10:24. We are now opening the hearing on the proposed changes to Nevada Administrative Code Chapter 388, specifically sections 460 through 488. The proposed amendments focus on removing the sections within the Nevada Administrative Code that correspond to language which has already been repealed in the Nevada Revised Statutes. Please note that on May 2nd, the department held the workshop on this proposed action. At this time, we welcome Julie Bowers, Director of the Office of Comprehensive Student Services, to present the sections of the Nevada Administrative Code under discussion and to answer any questions. Director Bowers, please proceed when you are ready.
Good morning, President Dockweiler and board members. For the record, my name is Julie Bowers, and I am the Director of the Office of Comprehensive Services at the Nevada Department of Education. I am here today to talk about the programs for persons with disabilities with unique needs, NAC sections 388.460 through 388.488. These NAC sections, again, 388.460 through 388.488, need to be repealed because they explicitly reference and were designed to implement NRS sections 395.30, 395.40, 395.50, and 395.60, which have since been repealed. Maintaining regulations that are directly tied to non-existent statutory authority creates confusion and lacks the legal basis for their continued enforcement. The outdated application process for out-of-district placement described in these NAC sections has also been replaced by the contingency account for special education, or the CASE process. As outlined in 388.5223 through 388.5243, 23 to 43, it is and its implementing regulations, NAC 388.319 and NAC 388.323. Therefore, this repeal is necessary to ensure regulatory accuracy, consistency with current law, and to avoid delay in districts and charter schools being reimbursed for extraordinary program expenses in the implementation of individualized education programs for students with significant disabilities. In order to give some context, I will review a little bit of the timeline of legislative actions. Pre-2015, NRS Chapter 395 governed education services and rights for persons with disabilities in Nevada. In 2015, Senate Bill 50 was introduced to modernize and reorganize Nevada's education code, including statutory language affecting special education. After the 2015 session, stakeholder engagement, review of duplicative and outdated statutes, and discussions of consolidation into Chapter 388 began, and several amendments and repeals were introduced via an omnibus education reform legislation. Chapter 395 was marked for repeal and then officially repealed, with its relevant sections consolidated into updated provisions under NRS Chapter 388. Presently, all guidance, policy, and legal references are required to cite NRS Chapter 388, which now includes definitions, rights, procedures, and obligations previously found in Chapter 395. To summarize, Chapter 395 was originally dedicated to special education services for individuals with disabilities, outlining the state's obligations to provide free, appropriate public education, or FAPE, due process rights, and procedural safeguards. As part of a broader legislative modernization effort, Nevada's legislature determined that maintaining a separate chapter for special education created redundancy and legal fragmentation. To resolve this, Chapter 395 was repealed in full, and its core legal and operational elements were revised and relocated to NRS Chapter 388, Nevada's primary chapter on public instruction. This change mirrors best practice in other states and aligns new state law more closely with the Individuals with Disabilities Act, IDEA. The repeal of NRS Chapter 395 and its incorporation into NRS Chapter 388 was a structural reorganization, not a rollback of rights or services. I will say that again. It was a reorganization, not a rollback of rights or services for our students with disabilities. Currently, under state board regulations, NAC 388.319 and 388.323, the NDE has implemented the contingency account for special education through a state-approved application process. The case application is distributed to all districts each spring. All districts may apply for students meeting the requirements for extraordinary special education program expenses for students with significant disabilities. The NDE reviews all applications with the superintendent, carefully scoring each using a rubric to determine eligibility and the amount of reimbursement. The NDE has approved and reimbursed residential service costs for districts, demonstrating a direct link between the necessity of these services and the students' educational success in their applications. The NDE can only use case funding to reimburse districts that apply and meet the criteria for extraordinary circumstances exceeding what is reasonably expected for FAPE provision. Unused funds at the end of the fiscal year do not carry over and the account does not build. It is only replenished to $2 million annually. The NDE has no access to these unused funds. This was how the system was set up through the legislative process. NDE can only access funds that have been requested by districts through a case application. Regarding the small business impact, the district obligations of FAPE for students remain intact. The repeal of this regulation does nothing to interrupt this obligation. The process changed per legislature, and any small business may contract directly with the district, as we have seen in practices over the years. Should concerns about harm arise from these regulation changes, the NDE should be notified. The NDE concludes that NAC sections 388.460 through 388.488 must be repealed because they explicitly reference and were designed to implement repealed NRS sections 395.30, 395.40, 395.50, and 395.60. This repeal aims to prevent further confusion for districts seeking support for students with extraordinary needs through the established and state board approved case process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Director Bowers, for your presentation. We will now move on to public comments relative to this item. And for hearings of this nature, there are no time limits for those public comments. So are there any public comments in person in Carson City?
We do. Neil Rombardo.
Great. Thank you. So we'll start at the top then, since there's no time limit. Good morning. My name is Neil Rombardo, and I'm the General Counsel for the Washoe County School District. Besides the fact that you have multiple open meeting law violations and a notice issue, you also were just deceived. I would ask you to take a look at Exhibit 1 that I provided you yesterday. Does everyone have that? Great. So you were told that that the NAC that is being repealed references 395. I will point out NAC 388.460 nowhere references NRS 395. In fact, it was updated. Subsection 3 references NRS 388.5219. 388.5219 is the statute before 388.5223 found in Exhibit 2. So if this hasn't been updated, why is it referencing a statute that still exists? Let's move on to NAC 388.462. NAC 388.462 specifically references NRS 388.5211 to NRS 388.5243. Again, nowhere does that NAC reference NRS 395 as you were just told. In fact, let's look at Exhibit 2. NRS 5243 is found in Exhibit 2. And let's take a look at 388.5211 to 388.5243. Let's take a look at Exhibit 2. NRS 388.5223, NRS 388.5239, NRS 388.5241. Those are all current NRS. So you're being led to believe that it's referencing statutes that don't exist, but yet they exist. Here they are. Let's keep going. NAC 388.464. It specifically references in paragraph 2, NRS 388.5211 to NRS 388.5243. Again, let's look at Exhibit 2, 388.5223 to NRS 388.5243. So if the legislature repealed this, then why is it referencing statutes that currently exist? You have to ask yourself this. I'm asking you to be intellectually honest with yourself. I'm not saying that Ms. Bowers is lying or anything else, but what I am saying is you're being misled. And that's what's important here. But let's keep going. NAC 388.466. NAC 388.466 specifically references NRS 388.5223. Again, we're looking at Exhibit 1. Let's flip over to Exhibit 2. Wow, it starts if you take a look at NRS 388.5223, that's the top statute in the NRS that I provided you on Exhibit 2. Let's keep going. NAC 388.468. NAC 388.468 doesn't reference any statute, but all the surrounding NACs do reference statutes that currently exist. Now, let's keep moving forward. The next reference to an NRS can be found in, let's see, I'll just keep going. Let's look at NAC 388.478, subparagraph 3. Subparagraph 3 cites NRS 388.5223 to NRS 388.5243. Let's look at Exhibit 2. The exact same statutes that I provided you that they're alleging, that they're telling you, these statutes repealed this NAC, but yet this NAC references them every single time. You are being misled. Again, Exhibit 2, NRS 388.5223 to NRS 388.5243. Cited in NAC 388.478. That's what they're asking you to repeal. NAC 388.482, page 2 of 3 on Exhibit 1, references 388.5223 to NRS 388.5243. Exhibit 2, NRS 388.5223 to NRS 388.5243. How is it repealed? How? NAC 388.488, page 3 of 3 of Exhibit 1, paragraph 1. References NRS 388.5223 to NRS 388-5243. Exhibit 2, NRS 388-5223, NRS 388-5243. The NAC was updated. What wasn't shared with you is that there was, well, I guess it was shared to some extent. There was an ombudsman bill where NRS 395 was moved into NRS 388. And for those of us in education law, we know that. But this NAC was updated to meet those NRS. So if it's updated and it's on the books and it applies to residential placement, then why are you repealing it? There's no confusion here. There's no confusion at all. The only confusion is by the Nevada Department of Education. The school districts know this exists, and we've requested that we get help for a student in severe needs. And instead of getting help, what we got was, do it our way, or we're not going to consider your application. And then what we got is, we're going to repeal the NAC. Let's just talk about fairness. Fundamental fairness. Does that sound fair? Doesn't sound fair to me. And I'll tell you who it's not fair for, is that child. And it's not fair for the other 60,000 kids that I'm representing today. Now, let's take a look at Exhibit 3, which is what I was trying to talk about earlier, and I appreciate the opportunity to be heard in this public hearing. Exhibit 3 that I provided you is the Nevada Revised Statute, and this was an amendment that occurred in 2021. That's the top of the page. If you were to look at page 1 of 1, it's 2021 Statutes of Nevada, pages 1081 to 1212. A little interesting thing, most people don't know this, the Nevada Revised Statutes are actually not the official statutes. The official statutes in the state of Nevada are called the Statutes of Nevada. And that's where you find things like funding and things of that nature. This was an amendment that occurred in 2021. You heard Ms. Bowers say that the CASE program is the appropriate program to get residential placement for a student with severe needs. And actually, I'm going to use a different term because this is the term that's in the law. It's for a student with disabilities, with unique needs. And that's what we have. And when you look at the law, this is the law of the state of Nevada. In 2021, 388.5243 was amended. And you know what was removed from the state law? The contingency account for special education. Now, I'm not suggesting you get rid of the contingency account for special education, but what I am telling you, and you can read it right there for yourself, it's as clear as the nose on your face. If anything was withdrawn by the legislature, it's the contingency account for special education, not the program for persons with disabilities with unique needs. It's right here. In fact, the new account is called the account for state special education services, not the contingency account for special education, as you're being led to believe today. But let's flip over to Exhibit 4. Exhibit 4 is what the department has told us we need to apply for our student. And guess what Exhibit 4 says? NAC 388.319. Let's just look at the title. Contingency account for special education. Let's go back and look at Exhibit 3, the first paragraph. What was withdrawn from the NRS 388.5243? The contingency account for special education. Because it's now called the account for state special education. Again, I'm not suggesting you withdraw that, NAC 388.319. But what I am saying is, don't sit up here and say that the program for persons with disabilities with unique needs was withdrawn when by law, specifically as clear as the nose on anyone's face in this room and down in Las Vegas, the contingency account for special education was withdrawn. Stop it. Let's take a look at NAC 388.323. The contingency account for special education. Look at the title. That's in Exhibit 4, the bottom NAC, for anybody who's not following along. Now, moving back to Exhibit 3 that I provided. Again, 388, which is the state law, NRS 388.5243, what was withdrawn? The contingency account for special education, which is now called the account for state special education. And we've pointed all this out to the NDE and we've asked for help. We have a student with disabilities, with unique needs. And what we've been told is apply under CASE. Let me tell you why CASE doesn't apply. First of all, let's look at Exhibit 5. Exhibit 5 is page 4 of the NDE's own application for CASE, this alleged plan that works. Page 4, I want to be clear, I want everyone in Vegas to hear me because you're the voting members on this. Page 4 is the NDE's, or excuse me, Exhibit 5 is the NDE's page 4 of its application under CASE, which was already withdrawn, but we'll pretend that that's not the case. We'll just go with it. This is the application they asked us to fill out to give our student with unique needs who needs a residential placement because there's nowhere, anywhere in Nevada that can serve this child. This is the application that they asked us to fill out. Please take a moment and take a deep breath. Are you ready? Look at the second check mark up from the bottom. Residential costs of private schools placements are prohibited under CASE. CASE funding may not be used for, let me reread it, I'm going to read it directly. This is your application. CASE funding may not be used for residential costs of private school placements. So why, as a district, when I have a student with a disability, with unique needs, would I ever apply under CASE? You specifically are telling me it does not apply. I'm just asking you to use common sense, nothing more. This isn't even legal. Don't even get me started with the legal stuff. Now, I digress. Don't get me started with the legal stuff, but I wouldn't be me if I didn't get to the legal stuff. Let's take a look at Exhibit 3, or excuse me, not Exhibit 3, Exhibit 4, 388.319. Here's what 388.319 states. This section can be used to pay for certain expenses. Related services, paragraph 3, subsection B. Special education services, subsection C. Supplementary aids and services, subsection D. And transition services, subsection E. All of those are specifically defined in law. You can look them up yourself. There's the NACs. One of them will send you to the federal IDEA. But you know what is not included in any of those expenses? Wait for it, residential placement. So again, why would a school district apply for residential placement under the NAC? Now you're going to hear the department say to you in response to this that, well, we have approved residential placements under the NAC. I can't rely on that. I can't rely on that. I rely on the law. I rely on what's written. I rely on what's in front of us. And I cannot rely on the arbitrary and capricious nature of decision makers that refuse to follow the NAC and refuse to follow the NRS. And it's time for you as a board to step up and do what's right. And what's right, look, I'm not even asking you to vote no. Push pause. Think about it. If you cannot be comfortable with what has been presented to you. I have shown you 100 different ways why it's mistaken and why this is a mistake. You owe it to the students of this state. And I'm going to point out one other thing. In December, The NDE, through the Board of Examiners, approved an $800,000 contract for a special education lawyer not licensed in Nevada, licensed in Arizona, to provide them legal advice. It's on the Board of Examiners agenda. Take a look at it. Look at it for yourself. $800,000 for 2 years, $400,000 a year. That's about exactly what my student needs, one I'm advocating for. But let's make it even better. Yesterday, the Board of Examiners approved a contract for this same lawyer at the request of NDE using IDEA funds. For those of you that don't know, that's special education funds, which is what my student needs. $1.8 million over 4 years. That's $2.6 million over 4 years. I will let you know that I'm retiring soon and I'll be putting in for that RFP because I am actually licensed in this state and I'm actually a lawyer in this state. But $2.6 million will pay for my student who I'm advocating for today for the rest of the time that he needs this service. So stop it. Just stop this train. And just stop. That's all I'm asking for. That's all the people of Washoe County are asking for. I'm here representing 60,000 students. I'm here representing their families. I'm here representing our community. I'm proud to represent the Washoe County School District. And no offense to my friends down south or in any other district, I think we're the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rombardo. Are there any other public comments in Carson City?
Madam President, there are no other public comments in Carson City.
Are there any in Las Vegas? I'm not seeing any. Okay, any online?
We received an email from Jonathan McGuire, Associate Attorney from Simons Hall Johnson, that was shared with the board and submitted for public records.
All right, thank you. I believe board members have questions. Before I turn it over to my fellow board members, I would like to ask some clarifying questions of Dag Ott. Could you please speak to some of the points that were raised relative to the existence of the statute that we're being told has been repealed, if funds are available to pay, and just kind of speak to some of the points that were raised and the concerns.
Deputy Attorney General Greg Ott, happy to, President. So keep in mind that we're in active litigation with the Washoe County School District. They've filed suit against the Department of Education. We got a hearing on Friday, so you're kind of being caught in the middle of some legal arguments, and I apologize that I'll try to kind of keep it focused on the regulatory workshop. I just wanted you guys to know about the broader context. What you heard from Ms. Bowers was accurate. There was special education funding existed in Chapter 395 of NRS up to about 2015. If you look at the regulations that Mr. Rombardo provided, you'll see that most of them were adopted and last amended in '96. The amendment, the exception to that is NAC 388460. That was amended in 2019. That's a definitional section, not one of the ones that actively tells people what to do. It's just defining terms. But the rest of those were not touched in the last 20 years. So those were the implementing regulations that implemented the prior system. In 2015, 395 was repealed. Most of it went away completely. Some of those sections survived in Chapter 388. But in its place, the old funding system that General Counsel Rombardo was talking about, the case system was put in place. So for the last about 10 years, the case system has been what has been the way that these extreme special education systems get funded in Nevada. Ms. Bowers can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe money has been paid out under the old system since the implementation of CASE. So the legislature is funding the CASE system. The legislature repealed 395 and asked NDE to transition to the CASE system. School districts have been using that system. Washoe County has used that system. That's the way when these students are funded. So you'll see kind of, Mr. Lombardo did mention some of these references to 388, 5211 in some of the regulations. One of the reasons these are revised statutes, LCB can make changes to things. Some of the provisions in Chapter 395 moved to Chapter 388. The ones that survived are 5223, 5239, and 5241. So those references in the NAC are referencing the old 395 that moved over to Chapter 388. So it doesn't mean that the state board went back and amended these regulations after the adoption of, or after 2015, because you can see in these regulations at the very bottom of each regulatory section, let me just finish, member Orr. At the very bottom of each regulatory section, it'll say brackets, Board of Education, handicapped persons, Section 3, effective 12/21, and then it says NAC adopted 3/14/96. So that's the last time it was amended, was in 96. So that's the date that you can tell. That's how you can kind of tell how old the regulations are. I'll pause there because I know, Member Orr, you had your hand raised.
Yes, Member Orr, just before we go any further, just because we're being asked to make a decision on a regulation, and you mentioned that there's current litigation, and I just want to make sure that we're doing everything correctly. So as Deputy Attorney General, are you working with the department right now and with us? Can you consult with both the Board of Education and with the department? What if we have differing opinions on this? And can you consult with both of us? Or should we have two different DAGs on this?
Deputy Attorney General Greg Ott, thank you that's a question. That's an excellent question. The only defendant in the lawsuit that Washoe County has named is the Nevada Department of Education. The state board has not been named right now, so I don't think that there is any need for conflict counsel, which is what we think about when there's two entities that potentially have different interests. Should things change, they amend their lawsuit for some reason, the state board gets drug into this, we could certainly address that. But as of right now, happy to speak with the department on both on the regulation and on the litigation.
And then my second question is, do you disagree with any of the facts as presented by Mr. Lombardo?
When you say facts, I think what was a fact and what was a legal argument? Because he started out with a recitation of why these had been amended after 2015, and I do disagree that the regulations have not been amended since 2015, with the exception of 388-460, which was the definitional section that was touched in 2019. So I do disagree with that recitation. And with regard to the way that funding is handled for children with diverse needs, I would defer to Ms. Bowers, who is the expert in this area. But my understanding is that the CASE system is used for residential placements in certain circumstances, and so that has been communicated, and it's not a deal breaker that some of the requests are for residential services.
Can I ask a question to Ms. Bowers about why the application would preclude residential placements if residential placements are allowed?
The current application states that there's no residential services for private schools in the purity of just residential placement. For districts who have been approved for residential placement, it is because they have shown a direct link to the student's academic success and the need for residential services based on their academic needs.
Ms. Bowers, are there many public schools that have residential placements within the United States or within our state?
Julie Bowers for the record. I don't believe we have any public schools that have residential services. However, I would have to research that more completely.
Thank you.
Director Bowers. Oh, go ahead.
I just have a question. How imperative is it for us to take this action now? Would it be prudent to let this process play out and then address this issue once we have kind of gone through the process, is what I'm wondering, and gives us time to do some research?
Deputy Attorney General Greg Ott. Understandable. So just so you know the backstory, because these regulations hadn't been used for a long time, I don't believe that most people were aware that there was an existence. When Washoe County alerted the department to their existence and the fact that they point to a system where there is no funding, so even if the application comes in, there's no legislatively approved way to get money out the door. My recommendation was to repeal them as quickly as possible to avoid confusion, make sure all the districts are operating under the same playing field. I will keep in mind that this is a temporary regulation, so whether you adopt it today or not, you're going to see something again when the permanent period opens later this year after the LCB drafters get done doing all of the legislation. So that the need to move quickly is really just to provide clarity to the state that these regulations point to a process that is unfunded and that was repealed in 2015. Legally, Mr. Lombardo has mentioned repeal by implication. It's a legal term that basically means when you have a law that is been superseded completely by another law, that law is the first one is sort of goes away. He's correct; it's disfavored under the law, but doesn't mean it never happens. Things get repealed by implication. It is a doctrine that happens at times. So I believe it has been repealed by implication. Obviously, General Counsel Lombardo disagrees. We're going to have that fight in front of a court. My recommendation to the board was to take action to try to clarify the regulatory process so that the rest of the districts know that there's one set of rules, the funding goes through case, and that's the process that people should use. So, yeah.
Just one more question. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Member Orr.
Just, and I don't know what the legal term would be, but for these kind of dead regulations, or what would be like a better way or a more regular way of looking to make sure that we don't have regs on the books for 15 years at a time so that there is confusion? Like, should we be looking for these so we're not creating confusion in the public?
So that's an excellent point, and there is a periodic review that goes on. All agencies who have regulations review them periodically. I can't speak to why this was not picked up in one of the department's regulations. As you know, there's a number of demands on the department's time. My guess is this was missed in the prior reviews, but there is a process in place where regulations are periodically reviewed.
Okay, thank you for the questions and excellent discussion up north. We have a couple questions down here. I'll start with Member Ford.
I don't have a whole lot of questions. I guess I'm just going to share some of my thoughts and what I think is the smartest thing for us to do. Obviously, I'm using AI because I'm obsessed with it. But, I use AI in a way that, processes information and comes up with valid thought points. And what this is telling me, and it makes sense in comparing the information that we received that isn't public in our agenda materials, and looking through the exhibit that was given to us, it does appear that the purpose in the notice is misleading. So I like this board. I like the NDE. I'm not trying to give any type of intent towards anybody's actions. However, it appears as though we are being misled in some way, especially because the notice claims that there's no public or economic impact. However, that's very false because there is the $589,000 residential placement hanging for Washoe. If we were to pass this, those costs go to the district. And the fact that there were no regulations attached to our information is just like not a good practice to move forward with to repeal something. I know from experience with CCSD that once you repeal something, it's very hard to go back from that. So also another thing that has not been brought up is what kind of responsibility could the state board be looking at if we find out that this was an unlawful thing to do. From what I've looked at, it looks like Washoe's attorney has very valid points, to tell you the truth, and I would not feel comfortable going forward with a decision that's going to change. This isn't just like a little tweak of policy language. It's an entire shift, and that's a big deal. However, I am on the Nevada State Board, and it's my responsibility to, oversee all of Nevada education. So we can't cater just towards one district either. I think this needs more review. I think we need someone else to give us a legal opinion on this, especially because our attorney has changed recently while this is going through. I think it's going to be smarter for us to ensure that we have all of the information and that none of this violates open meeting law, because there are a few things in here that are hinting at a possible open meeting law violation. And I think that the thing to do is to table the item and especially make sure that we have some sort of plan, that we hear a plan about how we're going to ensure access to those residential placements going forward before we make any decisions like that. I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Member Hudson.
Member Hudson, I think this is maybe it's two questions, because as a board member, then an educator as a whole, like what if this repeal passes, how does this affect, my first question would be, how would this impact us when it comes to IDEA, and will we be against providing that student service? And then also, I would like to know, where does it leave the student, like as of today, and then what will happen tomorrow to that student? Especially saying that it said that it didn't, kind of like Washoe County is saying that it is costing them. So if it's going to affect their budget, then how would, like, is NDEA going to also have like some type of plan to support them instead of leaving them with that big cost, so it doesn't impact, because then eventually that big cost is going to impact their classrooms when it comes to providing services to the students. And not only that, making sure we have teachers in that classroom. So I hope that is clear, what I just asked.
Steve Cambaro, interim superintendent, and Julie and Greg, please weigh in here. There's to Member Hudson's question, the intent is to support the student. That's our intent. We've come to the table, we've talked about ways. We just can't come to an agreement that Washoe County is seeking through the regulations that are, I think the term dead is a good term for them. Districts have and continue to use and it's just as open to Washoe as it is to anybody else, the case system. And as you heard previously, the case system does support our access to the contingency account for these exceptional expenses that a school district would incur for students in residential settings, should that residential setting be determined by the IEP team in the review to be necessary for the academic supports. So we've said as much to Washoe. We've said that we will work through the process. We'll make the student eligible. We're trying to figure out ways to improve our system so that it's not, and for like a district, and I don't want to use you as an example, but superintendent else, for a district that would have to incur the costs and then being reimbursed at the end of the fiscal year, that could be a hardship. So we're looking at ways to reimburse more frequently. We're not deaf to challenges that districts have, but we also need to be fair and equal-minded and follow the regulations and the laws. So I guess in close, this system is set up for the very example that Member Hudson, and the very question that you asked. It is set up to access for those exceptional high costs and exceptional needs for students, and it is available, and districts are using it. There's just something here that we're not able to find resolution on with Washoe County School District. And correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy Ott or Julie, on any of those points.
Deputy Attorney General Greg, I know that's my understanding is that the existing system is funding and supporting these students through the case system. So the question about whether this repeal changes the status quo is the case system. The repeal just clarifies that there is no other option and that all districts have to play by the same rules and go through the case system, which is what the legislature intended when it repealed 395 10 years ago.
Thank you for that clarification, Member Hughes.
Thank you, Member Hughes, for the record. I was just going to share one reminder to the board, and then I have one question. So one of the things and many folks sitting up here have been through this, just to remind folks that we have had very different topics, but very similar regulatory cleanups, I would call them, and they've been non-controversial. We have not even had a discussion about them. And so I think it is important that we separate the regulatory process from whatever folks want to fight in the court of law, which we are not. And so they can have that argument with their legal points, and somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose, and that's fine. I think our obligation from a regulatory standpoint is to make sure that things are alignment and make sense and give people guidance and direction. And I think we can do those in parallel tracks. But in my own way of thinking about this, I'm trying to keep those two things very separate. Because again, if there was not a pending case about this, we would have passed this 20 minutes ago and moved on, and nobody would have said a word about it. So just want to remind folks about that. The question is, though, we heard from the speaker about the deep care and concern for the student. And so I'm assuming that means that they are doing everything in their power to make sure that the student is currently in the setting best for them while all of this litigation is pending. But I'm wondering if, Dagat, could you share what is the obligation for a district in any of these kinds of situations where there's a question about who's paying? Because obviously a lot of time is being eaten up when that student is not getting the services. And so I'm hopeful that Washoe is doing right by the student and actually providing them the services that they require while you all are figuring this out in court. But what is the legal obligation for a district to provide those services when these kinds of questions come up?
Thank you, Member Hughes.
Steve Canavero, Interim State Superintendent. I think that's a great question. And Julie, by all means, your Director Bowers, weigh in. The obligation for FAPE is held at the district level. So they're obligated to serve the student. It's been a question that we continue to work with Washoe County on, ensuring that the placement of the student in the interim basis is consistent with the district's IEP team's decision. and then is on a path to receive the residential placement. I mean, honestly, that's a major concern for us. I mean, as it is a concern for any district, and we take it serious when there might be an interruption in the provision of FAPE for a student. So we explore those on a case-by-case basis. I think going forward, something that just frankly troubling to me is that I feel like there's a delay in this process through the litigation. And we're doing what we can to expedite it, but we can't sign contracts that we're being requested to sign, things of that nature that are inconsistent with we think inconsistent with the law, and inconsistent with how the practice happens in the state. So those delays we're keeping an eye on, and we're working with Washoe County School District on those.
So does that, am I interpreting correctly that in this current situation, Washoe is not upholding their FAPE requirements?
Okay.
So Member Hughes, I appreciate that concern. I want to say that was one of the first conversations that I had when General Counsel and Rombardo discussed. I don't want to comment on the details of that because it was a settlement context. But I want to assure you that it's top of the mind, I think, for everybody involved.
Got it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, as the representative of Washoe, may I be heard on this since I'm being discussed without notice and without being placed on the agenda? This is a regulatory hearing, not about what Washoe's doing. May I
You
be
may-
heard?
Please state your comments.
Thank you. First of all, you've exceeded the agenda, which is another open meeting law violation. Secondly, what the NDE is doing is they're trying to drag you into this so that you will be part of the litigation. That's why they're trying to repeal it. But most importantly, as it relates to this child, I want to be very clear that my superintendent has specifically said, I don't care what it takes. If we have to pay for it out of our budget, we will do it. Now, we've stepped up. It's time for you to step up. Let me also point out and correct the record on something that Mr. Ott said. I never said that the NAC for Program for Persons with Disabilities with Unique Needs was amended. What I said was it references all current NRS, which is what's required under 233B of the law. And if it no longer was valid, why did you guys amend it yourselves in 2019? Come on, who are we kidding here? Plus, let's mention funding. NRS 388-5243 specifically says it funds programs for kids with disabilities. Guess what's referenced in what I'm citing to you? 388-5243. Guess what's not in law anymore? CASE. Just push the pedal down, the brake pedal. Stop it.
Thank you, Mr. Rombardo, for your statements. So I am hearing that I appreciate Member Hughes's comments and the reminder that this is a regulatory hearing and that our job is not to discuss or determine any of the stuff that's being litigated, but we are here to determine and help clean up some of the regulations that have been overlooked for the past decade. So with that, do I have a motion to approve the repeal of the regulation?
Member Hughes, I move to repeal the regulation.
Is there a second?
Member Hudson, second.
All right, thank you, Member Hudson, for the second. Any discussion? Member Orr.
This is Member Orr. I do think this is different than other regulatory hearings because we are being asked to look at a regulation that does impact ongoing litigation. And so for that reason, I will not be voting for the repeal of this particular regulation at this time.
Okay, any other discussion? Member Keys?
And I just wanted to keep this at the front of people's mind when we're voting, when you guys are voting about this, is that you guys are voting for like a temporary change, we're in the blackout period right now, so we will be looking at this again in a few months. Once the legislature is over and the people over at the LCB can draft it more fully.
Thank you, Member Keys. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Just trying to count votes here. All in favor?
Aye.
We had Member Hudson, Member
Aye.
Hughes, Dockweiler,
Aye.
Dawson Owens, and Braxton. All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, Member Orr and Member Ford. Any abstentions? Seeing none. Okay, that passes. Given the time frame here, it is 11:18. We will take a convenience break and reconvene at 11:30.
Or it's like a principal.
Okay, it is 11:30 and we will reconvene our meeting. We are on agenda item 8, and now the board will receive information from Dr. Canavero, Interim State Superintendent of Public Instruction, and Anne Marie Dixon, Deputy Superintendent of the Student Achievement Division, regarding the selection of the Read by Grade 3 assessment. Please proceed when you are ready.
Thank you, President Dockweiler, members of the board, Steve Canavero, interim state superintendent, and as my wing person, Anne Marie Dixon, for her short time left in pole position here to help support this item. I just want to say, appreciate, this is one of those trains that I joined very much in motion and have done my best to hold on to it and to keep up to it. So let me just sort of clarify my understanding of sort of where we are. And it really ends with your April 3rd special meeting and the conversation, the discussion that you all had, rich discussion that you all had regarding the selection of a Read by Grade 3 assessment. You know, the constraints within which you are working today are that you have to select an assessment. There was conversation on April 3rd. We heard public testimony today that having multiple would be ideal. That unfortunately is not an option. Okay. After the April 3rd meeting, Anne Marie and I put our heads together. We engaged, I should say, with a new state purchasing team and have had many, many conversations around procurement, purchasing. They've been incredibly supportive. They're here today should you have any questions on sort of the technical information. But what I thought I would do is just provide to you what we think your options are, and then you all can discuss those or add to those however you wish. You'll see in your board packet that there's a recommendation from the department to extend the existing Read by Grade 3 assessment contract with MAP for 1 year. And there's a few reasons for that, and they're bulleted. The first reason is a change in the assessment for the upcoming school year in May creates training and administrative challenges. So after the April 3rd meeting, my pragmatic mind went into, okay, like what are the options and really what would this look like next year? I went to a meeting of the superintendents. So I went to a NAS meeting, and Superintendent Else, please correct me if you feel like I'm saying anything incorrect here. And I just asked the collection of superintendents, hey, this is implementation only. I'm not asking for opinions on which assessment is better than the other. That's the purview of the board. I'm just asking an implementation question. If the board decided in May at this meeting to change from MAP, is that feasible? And the general sentiment, and this is the room sentiment, was that it would, for districts who are offering both, the district has made a decision to use a particular assessment in addition to the assessment that's mandated by the state. So MAP and iReady would be a good example of this in the public testimony that we heard. They would have lower level concern about making a change in May, obviously. But the others who are currently using MAP expressed a number of concerns about a switch in May. So it was just a purely practical implementation question and the feasibility of doing that. And the sentiment from the room was, if everything remained the same, we could do that. If we were to make a change, it would be very challenging, especially in some of our smaller or more rural districts. So that's the genesis for the first bullet. The second one follows in the sense of just continuity from prior years. That's continuity in professional development, training. Many of the superintendents had expressed that the 3 to 4 days of professional development that they already have for next year have been booked by this time. I think that was a sentiment that was shared at the last meeting as well, and that was reiterated in that meeting. The third bullet is that by extending the MAP assessment, you then give yourselves a bit of an opportunity once the legislative session were to end here shortly. You'd have a full picture of the assessment ecosystem or the landscape of assessments and changes. And currently there's a bill in the legislative session. I believe Washoe County is supportive of it. I don't know that, but it's asking for multiple read by grade 3 assessments. So the more than one that you're currently constrained by, that would change for if this bill were to pass in the next biennium. So after the legislative session, you could say, all right, now we have a full view. There have been some changes, and you could take up this item again. And then the final bullet is that it also allows us, I heard, with the procurement process and communications, again, just credit to the new purchasing team and to Anne Marie and the conversations that we've had. It really affords us some time to figure out what's going to work for you as you make these big decisions. And you have another one coming, which is the 3 through 8 assessment. We would work with purchasing, work with you to figure out what's the ideal process within the constraints of the law and procurement rules that we could then work with you to then present recommendations for assessment decisions going forward. So that was sort of the homework that we did. Again, very practical, very implementation focused, and looking into next year. I will add one other thing before I pause and then invite Anne Marie if I've missed something, or Superintendent Else if I've misspoke about the sentiment from NAS. The final thing is we have moved forward on your options. And so an example of not like moved forward all the way through, but set up all of kick the process into gear so that whatever decision you make today, we can expedite that decision. So an example is we've already notified purchasing for the amendment to the MAP contract. So all of those things are in place. So should you choose to extend, we wouldn't just start from first step. We would start from the step after you have made the suggestion. So trying to limit the time for the implementation. And the second option, or second area of work that we have continued to move forward with is on the iReady, or the Curriculum Associates iReady contract. So it's not signed, but it is prepared to be signed. So again, getting it to the very edge of your decision so that as soon as you make a decision, we don't have to wait for the Board of Examiners to convene and further delay a change if that's the direction that you want to go. Lastly, you could, and this is kind of clear, in addition to the recommendation, but one that emerged in the last few days, you could extend the existing MAP read by grade 3 assessment for next school year and simultaneously approve the iReady contract subject to negotiations to begin the following school year. So want to make sure that would be what the 25-26 would be MAP, and then the 26-27 would be iReady. That is available to you should you choose to go that direction. But again, the department's recommendation at this point, specifically just around implementation and continuity and listening to the feasibility, is to extend the existing grade grade 3 assessment that currently exists for one additional year. So Emery, anything further? No. Superintendent Else, did I clarify anything I got wrong there, please?
No, I don't believe there was anything wrong. Washoe and Lyon County certainly could implement it much easier next year, but it was a pretty unanimous across the room. Implementation by August would be pretty tough. Superintendent Ebert especially thought in Clark County the implementation process would be too short of a timeline. The other factor for several of the districts, especially in a time of budgets kind of diminishing, in the current contract with NWEA, we get 4th, 5th, and 6th grade reading assessment free in our elementary schools. And so that's a pretty big cost thing just um, for the schools that are currently doing it. And then I've asked the question a couple times. I don't know where it would land, but I would really like a clear decision on the acing accountability if we would still have to double test, because that's part of a requirement for acing accountability as the MAP assessment scores. And so we've been told the governor's aware of that, but as it stands right now, acing accountability does require the MAP assessments.
Steve Canavero, I apologize for not answering the question. I do recall you asking it. I will elevate that and get back to you. I don't. My hope would be that the efficiency of not double testing would override anything else.
That's all of our hope.
Right, thank you for the presentation and the information, and thank you, Member Else, for supporting the information presented on behalf of NAS. I appreciate the recommendation here and the 4 bullets for rationale. They seem to make a lot of sense, and they seem to reflect the concerns that we had at our last meeting on this topic. Also, relative to the public comment that we received earlier, there currently is no opt-out option for districts for the state mandated test. And so whatever the board decides currently is MAP, that would be the assessment that would need to be given. If a second assessment were elected by a district to be given, that would be in addition to what the board is requiring. But the board only requires the 1 assessment. So with that, I will open it up to any questions or comments from the board, but I do appreciate the recommendation put before us today. Member Keys.
Really quick, Superintendent Canizaro, do you know the bill number for the bill that you were referencing, where it would allow multiple options for the read by grade 3 exam?
Thank you for the question. I had a phone a friend. AB 386 is the bill. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, good question.
I think that the best decision of the board, and I think the 2 routes that we could go down, and I think the discussion is going to go, is if we implement it for another year and then we just decide then, or if we make the decision today to approve iReady for the 26-27 school year. I think that it would be in our best favor to just extend the contract a year, so that when we get to that point, we have more flexibility. And if AB 386 passes, then we can look further into that at that point.
Member Keys, that makes a lot of sense. You raised some good points and also reflects our concerns that we had at our last meeting relative to the procurement process and the potential need to redo that. So thank you. Member Hughes.
Member Hughes, the record. I had a couple of questions and a comment. Going on that bill, and I might have just missed this, sorry, on 386, is that in effect immediately if it passes? Like, what's the time horizon? And if that does pass, would that still allow for this school year for districts already doing both, if they so choose to then use that other assessment?
It's a good question. We're looking it up right now. End of the bill.
Thank you. Yeah.
We'll get right back to you.
Okay, while y'all are looking that up, I'll bring up one other point, because I know that can be deep in the weeds of those bills. The one thing that I did just want to name that did give me a little bit of concern. So last time, if you remember, we did not have all the materials from the selection, and then we were given those and able to look at those. And so one thing that was interesting as I looked at the scores is there was like a pretty big range where some reviewers scored a 2 and then some scored a 9, which, like when I was a principal of a school, if we had a clear rubric on my campus and one teacher was giving a student an F and one was giving a B, to me that like alarm bells go off that somebody is not normed or understanding how to use the rubric. And so I'm wondering, I know Member Else, you were, I think, part of the process. Like, could somebody just describe like how did we ensure that everybody was sort of normed? Like, how do you make sense of the big range of scores that were given? Because you would expect if the product would stand on its own, if it either met or didn't meet certain criteria, but it seems like from the scores, it was all over the place for all the products that we looked at. So I would love to learn a little bit more about that process and how we feel confident that those raters were all normed and applying the rubric in the same way.
I don't, I don't know what all I can share. What can I share from the RFP process now? I mean,
Everything.
everything? Okay. I think there was an attempt and an effort made for that to happen, but I think we did fill all the information out on forms and we had to readjust the forms on the fly in the meeting, which I was pretty uncomfortable with. And then throughout that process, there were only 15 people on the RFP process that were present on the day of that. And so I was a little bit concerned about that. I mean, I don't think there was anything that was done wrong throughout the process by any means, but I think probably there were more than one person that had your concern of the varying scores for sure. The other part is then when the price factors were factored in at the end, we didn't see the prices on any of them, and then that changed the scoring at the end as well through the sheet throughout that process. So, but I think it's challenging. It's challenging to norm everybody in that particular scenario, but from the stance of a school district standpoint, I really the technology is a huge piece of it, and so I think the implementation part and the technology piece needs to be factored in. If the RFP process moves forward again in a different manner, I really think that there needs to be the implementation piece and technology piece looked at in that.
Thank you, Member Ells. And then related, and this might be for Deputy Superintendent Dixon, I can't remember in our process when we've done this before, do we look at the committee members' exposure to the products? And I'm just thinking when I've run similar processes, like people, if I've used MAP before and then I read a MAP proposal and I've never used other products, it's like hard to not be a little bit biased. And so do we have equal representation of individuals who have used various products so that doesn't skew the process? And I can't remember if we looked at that in the criteria of who was on that committee or not, but could you remind us?
Deputy Superintendent Dixon, for the record, I'm going to ask my friends at purchasing if there was any kind of a rubric or something that the committee goes over prior to starting the process. I apologize, I was not part of the process and have not been part of a state process.
So William Taylor, Administrator of Purchasing. Again, William Taylor, Administrator of Purchasing. I'm 4 weeks on the job, and so you've already established that I could phone a friend. So I've brought our PO3, Ryan Vradenberg, with me, and he will attempt to answer your questions.
Hello, Ryan Vradenberg, Purchasing Officer 3 for the record. Yes, there's a baseline of procurement processes that we implement. One of those is to provide under NRS 333, there's a requirement to provide posted instructions upon request from any vendors, the public, any parties of interest. There is some already drafted available publicly on our purchasing website that follows the scoring mechanism and method that we use. Agencies or representative boards can, at the beginning of an RFP, determine if they, how they would like to, what criteria they would like to use to score the proposals. And in doing so, there's some option where they can ideate back and forth about whether to have cost and technicals scored in various ways. The board did have 22 original evaluators submitted. 22 of them signed the acceptance memo. They represented Washoe County, Clark County, Lyon County, Nye County, Carson County, and Eureka County school districts, as well as Somerset Academy of Las Vegas, the Attorney General's Board, a student member, and a delegate from UNR. But only 15 were able to complete we chose to participate for the evaluation or have been able to complete the requirements of the technical by the deadline that the RFP had presented, the timeline, sorry, that the RFP had presented. And so that is the criteria piece is presented generally in a pre-evaluation meeting or with the instructions provided to the members.
Got it. Okay, but we don't have information, or we didn't use in this case any criteria around equal distribution of people's familiarity with the vendors or their products.
Correct. Ryan Vredenberg for the record. No, that would come directly from either the Department of Education on their selection of the committee members or the board.
Okay, perfect. And the reason I asked just to like connect the dots here is, and just for the future, I would recommend that's something the department look at, because given the score discrepancy, my hypothesis would be that when somebody's reading a proposal that's in a language that they can understand because they are very familiar with that tool or product, that proposal makes a whole lot more sense to them than when they're trying to read another proposal and like, I don't know what y'all are scoring. That doesn't make any sense, right? And then they're going to give them a lower score. Like that is one potential reason why we see the score distribution that we did. And so I think one way we could mitigate for that is to ensure that there is some sort of equal distribution of who's on that committee, the level of familiarity they have with who we suspect might apply. And I know we don't always know on the front end. So, but I think that might be something worth looking into in the future. I think that's it for now. And then whenever we have the 386 answer, we can come back to that.
Thank you, President Dockweiler. Steve Cambero, Interim Superintendent. I think delivering an answer. So the amendment, it's effective upon passage because the prior amendment, an amendment was, and basically the amendment that's on the in Nellis right now deleted the effective date of July 1st, 2025. But there is I think maybe reasonably so, because there is a requirement that the department adopts regulations within the first 45 days of school in a school year. So I think if I'm quickly reading this and understanding the intent, it seems to me to be a pretty quick turnaround if this bill were to pass through the legislature to provide quite a bit of flexibility. So it wouldn't just be 2, it would be sort of really any that meets particular requirements that are established by the state.
Cool, thank you. So it seems like because we are not allowed to give an exemption and have to choose an assessment, and there's a chance that that bill will pass, that could actually do the thing that Washoe is asking for, it sounds like, from what you're saying. So that is helpful. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Member Hudson.
Member Hudson, for the record. One quick question, because I feel like we're in a system that's not currently working, so we're also delaying outcomes, student outcomes. So thinking of that, if we are to stay with MAPS like for one more year, is there a plan, or what is the plan to bridge the gap between data and practice? Because those are 2 different systems. So then that means we'll be losing the work we already currently have with the system. So like, have there been talk about the bridging gaps when it comes to the data and the practice of it?
Steve Cambero, Member Hudson, is that question, is it okay if I chime in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't think, so it's a great question, and it's sort of lost in this logistical, what can be implemented next year versus what can't be implemented next year. I do feel, though, in the conversations that we have with superintendents, it is around that. It strikes to your question. They feel like they would want some time to realign whatever those particular supports are required in the Read by Grade 3 Act with the signals that are sent for a student who does not achieve the percentile that you established demonstrating the readiness to read. So I think that's sort of baked in, if you will, behind the scenes. Obviously, if there are multiple assessments
it's wholly owned by the district in order to figure out what they need to do. If they continue with MAP, then maybe their systems are already aligned. But if they choose to use something different, then it would be wholly up to the district to figure out how to both meet the provisions of the law, but also the requirements within their district for learning strategists, reading strategists, whatever it is that they might have to support students and struggling readers.
All right, thank you. Member Ford.
Thank you. I have a lot of thoughts because I had a lot of what I thought was an understanding of what we were going to do going forward after the last meeting. Two of those things are on our agenda after this, which is a superintendent discussion and also possible vision planning. Both of those things that we have yet to discuss are going to ultimately determine how we move forward with student assessment. So it's silly to me to lock into something right now that I would like to see change the way that we think about education, the way that we think about data. I would like to go in a direction with leadership and with the community that is more holistic focused. So I'm just on the record, I'm pretty frustrated right now. And I'll also say that I understand that we have been outlined 3 possible directions to go forward with. I understand the logistical constraints, the need to ensure continuity, whether that's with MAP, with iReady, or combining the two. You know, we've been told that those are our 3 options, but I want to be clear that none of these 3 options reflect the direction that I believe that this board and the state of Nevada should ultimately be moving in. These 3 options are centered around pre-selected vendor solutions. That leaves absolutely no room to consider what I think should be on the table, which is educator-developed, state-supported alternatives that are grounded in instruction, not grounded in procurement. Other states like New Hampshire, Vermont, and New York have successfully implemented performance-based or educator-designed assessments. They have moved away from commercial testing packages, and instead they are investing in professional learning, local assessment design, and community accountability. These are not hypothetical. This is not Danielle's big picture plan that she's telling to the board. These are proven methods that are working in other states, and we are not even considering their existence. If we truly want to revisit the statewide vision and we're about to select a new superintendent, this is the moment for us to ask, what would it look like to build something unique to Nevada, something more reflective of what educators actually need rather than what vendors are ready to sell. Our educators are fatigued. Our students are tired of assessments. I went to CCSD since I was in kindergarten. This is not what school looked like. Nobody likes it. There's a lot of data to show that this type of Chromebook continued assessment, which is basically become day-to-day testing, does not work. And on a whole other topic, it's impacting mental health. We cannot continue like this. So I want to be on the record as advocating for a 4th path. Preferably, I would love to see a hold harmless year, but only if it comes with that commitment to explore non-commercial alternatives. And I would like to, at some point, request a future agenda item dedicated to exploring educator-led alternatives to commercial assessments. Lastly, I have to express concern about the 4th bullet under the MAP extension recommendation that says that it allows NDE to work with the state board and purchasing to design a procurement approach that meets state board needs and operates within state constraints. We need to stop turning to procurement. And if we were to approve this as is, with this being the backup that we're planning, then it already sets us up to be just looking for another thing to purchase. So if we do really have to choose one of these 3 options right now to move forward, then I would support extending MAP for 1 year. That's the most cautious option, but it's a weird time to do that because we're literally just now 5 minutes after this vote going to start discussing what kind of leader we need for the district and what kind of vision planning we want to do with our constituents and our community. So I don't have a motion right now, but I wanted that on the record. And extending MAP for 1 year is the lowest amount of any type of buying into a certain ideology that I'm willing to do. We need to get more creative and we need to get more holistic. We have the ability to be the bar for education if we really want to, and stop just turning to other people for packaged, solutions that they're going to sell us. We need to be better at this. That's all.
Thank you, Member Ford. Yeah, I agree. We are faced with some unusual timelines in front of us. Member Hughes has a clarifying question, and then we'll go to Member Orr, who has a question up north.
Yeah, Member Hughes for the record, and appreciate those comments, Member Ford. And I think the push is right for us to be thinking wholesale about all the pieces. But I just want to clarify. So you're saying maybe the pathway you're suggesting is approve extension of MAP because legally still on the books there has to be something until we were to change that law, but not necessarily prescribe selection of iReady yet. And one option could be, do we want to do a state created, which obviously costs a lot of money and a lot of expertise, but we could explore that, right? Those other states have invested a lot of money that you named. So we would have, but we would, but is that, do I have that right? That would sort of be like part one of the recommendation you think to extend, but then hold on the not saying yes to iReady quite yet until we explore that. Is that right?
Yeah, you nailed it. And the only thing again would be to maybe, I know this isn't like a contract that we're approving as is, but that last bullet where it basically says that we'll hold off or we'll do this until we find something else to purchase. There's ways that we don't know what the fiscal note is going to be. Sure, other states have had to hire consultants and stuff, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we would as well. So without assuming that that would be a very expensive thing to do, I'd like to have that 1 year where we continue as is with the, decision ultimately with community input to decide if we want to continue going in a vendor selected approach or if we'd like to make that investment into a new type of education like you described. All right, thank you for the clarification there, Member Orr.
Thank you, Member Orr, for the record. Just a few things. I do think it's important to remember that back in September when this came up, several of us mentioned that we thought that the timeline for procurement would lead to these problems for districts and having too tight of a timeline. We brought it up. We said, if we come back in April or May with a new test, the districts will have already planned for their professional development for the fall. This will be a problem. So I would like to state that I really think the department needs to begin any procurement process that will impact districts far before a September start date. It's really unfair to the people that we serve to ask them to, take on a new test, a new textbook, a new curriculum, anything in April or May of the year before that they're being asked to put it in place. And so we should not be we need to remember that we are always in service to the districts, to the principals, to the administrators, to the teachers, and to the students. And so I think that sometimes we forget that and we're talking about procurement, but our job as students in the state. So that's number one. Number two, I just want to say that we received a lot of public comment today, and that's public comment that was all about the needs of students. And I understand that there are reasons why we can't, by state law, make a change that allows for people to use iReady alongside MAP this coming year. And I think that that's fine, right? There are certain times that there are restrictions that we can't make, but we need to hear that and make sure that we are responding to the fact that students are over-tested, right? We have third grade students that in some of these districts that are trying to do the right things by kids and use an assessment system that is responsive to students and that allows them to do learning in between diagnostics and really is supportive of those students. There are third grade students that are testing for 6 weeks at a time because they are taking not only iReady and MAP, but also SBAC. And so I just really appreciate all of the people who took the time to speak on behalf of their students, and thank you for doing that. And I'm sorry that we, can't make a decision that is favorable for those students today, but I also think that your comments will make an impact on how we make future decisions. So thank you for that. With all of that being said, I also think that our other stakeholder group is the superintendents who are making decisions every day on behalf of the students across the state. And the superintendents asked us to keep MAP as the assessment for next year. So I would like to move forward with using their advice.
Member Orr, is that a motion?
Sure.
Can you please restate your motion so we have full clarity?
We're so formal around here. Yes, this is Member Orr. I would like to make a motion that we adopt. Are we adopting it or just keeping it?
Extending the contract.
For 1 year. I would like to make a motion to extend the contract for the NWEA MAP assessment for the coming school year.
Do I have a second?
Member Else?
All right, Member Else, any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, any abstentions? Seeing none, okay, so moved. Thank you, everyone. With that, we will move on to agenda item 9.
President Dockweiler.
Oh, please, go ahead.
This is Christy McGill. I'm so sorry for the interruption, but I really wanted to take this moment to thank Ryan Brandenburg. This is the man that helped us in the pandemic with over 33 service agreements to get to our districts in kids in need, and over 8,000 students, because of his overtime and Saturday day commitments, helped us get there, and 8,000 students got the services they needed. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent McGill, for that. And thank you, Brendan, for all of your work. So we will move on to agenda item 9, and we will move on to the discussion for our survey and for the superintendent search criteria. We will discuss information gathered from the survey, and followed by the discussion, we will discuss any possible action that we may want to take regarding the search criteria and the next steps for our search for our next state superintendent. I will direct you to look at the packet for item 9, which has the results of our survey. And you'll see that there were some pretty consistent buckets of information that were gathered there. So while our board members are pulling that information up, I will also review some of the timeline that we had discussed and some of the actions that we had talked about at our last meeting. So at April 3rd, we approved that we would conduct a survey, which we have done. And then we also approved that the board would hold public meetings in the north and south and online, so at the discretion of the board members. And we now have the information from the survey, so we can move forward with this information to develop the actual criteria for the search, or we can decide to continue with more public gathering. And moving forward, we do have a meeting June 25th, and then we also have a meeting in July. And if we're able to gather, our goal was to have a search criteria posting that was ready for distribution by our June 25th meeting, and that we would post that for approximately 20 days. So if the posting went live on July 1st, it would be live till July 20th, and then we could review information at our July 30th meeting. and then perhaps call a special meeting in August to hold those candidate interviews. So just wanted to lay that timeline out there as a reminder. Again, that is not set in stone. It is just the initial thoughts of this board. And I will open it up to any board members who have comments or thoughts on the information gathered from the survey. All right, member Ford, start us off, please.
I just have a quick question. So first of all, thank you. I was able to be involved in a conversation that made me feel good about going forward with the community involvement in the survey process. And I appreciate Ms. Ford and Board President Dockweiler letting me be involved in that. The only thing with that, and I thought that we had agreed on this, was that I was under the impression that all of the responses would be shown to the full board. And when I saw the document that was presented to us, I was a little bit disappointed because it says something, I don't have it right now, but I think 183 responses was basically summarized into a handful of general statements about what the community was looking for. I would like to actually see the exact words and verbiage from all 183 respondents that they put. However, I don't want to have that be a reason to slow down the process, but that to me is really important to see in this conversation right now. So I wanted to see if there was actually just a way that we could see that and maybe just throw it up onto the public, support documents for this meeting or somewhere that we could review this right now.
The answer to the question is yes. And I'm looking to Lisa Ford. Would that be something that would be available today at this moment, or would be uploaded at a later date? At a later date, we will get that information up quickly, but just not during this meeting, it sounds like.
So I just don't know how we how we fully say, oh, this is what the community wants if we only have a few, suggestions based on the 183 things. And again, I don't want to delay this process either.
Thank you for that. I agree, and I don't think that what you're asking for will delay the process. I think that's totally fine because our goal was to have a draft that was a final draft to be published by June 25th. So requesting that information and taking the time to review that, I don't think will cause any delay.
We could always go into that and modify that criteria if we determine, 100 people said this thing was important. Okay.
Yeah, I think that for my take on the information gathered here is there anything that we feel is not important to be included? Or is there something that we need to explore further in any of our gathering? And again, like to your point, if we had more itemized data, we might be able to be a little more specific, but just at a high level based on these trends that we see, is there anything that's rising to the top for anybody? Member Keys?
I wanted to share some information. We had a student advisory group meeting. I believe it was last week. Yes. Lisa Ford also helps with that. She's the superstar for this agenda item. And I just wanted to share some of the insights we got from that discussion. So I just wrote down some quick notes. Students really want someone that's hands-on in the system. A few of them actually said that they would prefer if they had children in the system. They would prefer experience in teaching and at the district office, so kind of some administrative experience, and really understanding the role and urban differences in our state. And they actually, I asked them a question because this is something that I've been kind of grappling with. If we prefer someone that's from Nevada, or someone that might have a little bit more experience somewhere else. And they talked about how it's less about where they're from and more understanding like the way that Nevada does it. So kind of, I joked like how the governor would say the Nevada way. So kind of understanding how our systems work here. And a couple of them actually wanted to focus on CTE experience, so overseeing or working with CTE organizations, or kind of some administrative work with that. A focus on mental health and improving support for social workers and counselors. Focus on literary experience. And then one of them mentioned that in our application, we should just include like a vision question that's if you could change one student's experience, how would you? If you could, would you? So that's the insights we got from that meeting from some of the students. And for anyone who's unfamiliar, that group helps represent the 500,000 students across the state. We have representatives from almost all the districts in there. So yeah, just wanted to share that before the conversation.
Thank you, Member Keys. We have Member Braxton, and then I'll go back to Member Ford.
Yeah, so I have a question about the summary. I understand that these are the overarching themes from the 183 comments given. Are these prioritized? So with each category, with question 1, 2, 3, are the overarching themes prioritized? So for example, did more people consider classroom experience as a priority, top priority, than anything else? And this would just help understand what some of those concerns are, and I definitely appreciate the student input about living in Nevada, right? There is a unique nuance, right, that Nevada provides. Having lived here for 21 years, I understand that, Yes.
Thank you. And for the record, we've invited Lisa Ford, Chief Strategy Officer for the Nevada Department of Education, to come up and assist. So thank you.
Good afternoon, board members, President Dockweiler, and Interim Superintendent Canavero. When I looked at disaggregating the data from the survey, I looked at major overarching themes. So I took each question and the responses from each question individually and then categorized the overarching themes. I did not rank order the overarching themes. So I wanted to give you a really good impression of how the respondents to the survey expressed what they felt was important regarding the qualifications and attributes as we went through each one of the 4 questions within the survey. And then as part of that, we also gave you like a direct quote that aligned with each one of those themes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Member Ford.
Thank you. Let me see. So I think that just by looking at this as it is, there's a lot of things that it seemed like everybody agreed on that, like some other have commented that it seems like everybody wants somebody who knows Nevada. I don't think we're looking for any outsiders. I haven't heard anyone say that yet. From first of all, this survey, but also the things that I had heard from my community is that people are kind of waking up to the difference between being really true pro public education and not being. And at least my constituents are wanting somebody who is going to be a fierce advocate for public education. They want somebody who's a good communicator, somebody who is, going to build strong relationships and coalitions and not just be centered on data and policy, but actually very heart-centered work, strong values, transparency. These are the things that I believe that Nevadans are dying for in leadership right now. A lot of people are, very interested in the portrait of a Nevada learner and see that as a really hopeful change, and they want to have somebody that will support that work going forward. Personally, I'll just say that I would really love to see a state superintendent that we select who is not the person who has all the answers, but the person who truly knows all layers of education in Nevada through their experience, but may not have experience at this type of leadership level yet. I would really prefer to find somebody who has the heart of a leader, who has the deep desire to fix Nevada's education system, and then we support them to grow into that role, whether that be additional training, consultants, just support, cheerleading, whatever. That's what I'm looking for, like a real human to come in and lead the state, not just somebody who's coming with a playbook that is going to be sold to us as the solution with more data points and spreadsheets. So I'm good for right now. I think that whatever we do, I would like to support this process being going through as quickly as possible and getting some solidified dates on the record that we all can agree to and to inform our communities about so they can show up as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Member Ford. Vice President Hughes.
Thank you. I just wanted to double click on two things that I saw in here. I think largely these summary recommendations reflect people that I'm talking to, and they're bringing up similar things that are important. So it seems like there are some general ideas out there. The two things I wanted to just comment a little bit more on, the depth of expertise. So I mentioned last time, I think that is also important. And so we saw that. I think my one caution as we set the specific criteria is I would not love it, although we may have different opinions here, if we put a number of years on things, because again, to me, that's falling into the seat time trap. And so I'm sort of like, if you have the skill, you have the skill. I don't care how long it took you to get it. And so I think anytime we put a number, we then limit the candidates, and the depth of expertise is what we're looking for. The one sort of thing I might add to what was here, and I don't know if this is on everybody's minds who are not in the system daily, is I agree the state and local expertise is important. At this particular point in time, the complications at the federal Department of Ed are greater than I've ever seen. And so there's the potential that states are going to have to take over a bunch of things that prior were at the federal level, or they at least have to understand how to navigate that system in a pretty nuanced way. Like, that feels like we don't have the luxury of somebody learning on the job because that's happening real time. And so I would maybe add to the depth of expertise, like it would be great somebody who has sort of an understanding of the federal approach and what that might mean for states. So would add that. And the second sort of caution I would have for us is, I'm a third generation Nevadan. I'm all about like Nevada and Nevadans and supporting each other. I think I always get nervous when we start talking about like insiders versus outsiders, and like it doesn't feel very inclusive, and it doesn't feel like we're giving people a fair shot who might have the requisite skills. And so, there's a lot of ways people can demonstrate knowledge of a state, knowledge of a place. Some of that's through their own personal history, some of it's through colleagues. So, there's a lot of, so I just would hope that we'd be open to that. Because I've seen other processes in the states that I think we've missed out on some great candidates because people are like, oh, you don't have a Nevada residency for 30 years behind your name, and we're not going to consider you. And again, if the goal is what's best for kids, I would want us to be thoughtful about the skills, experience, track record of success, and not just sort of like where I've been for X number of years.
Thank you, Member Hughes, Member Braxton, and then we'll go up north if there are any members who'd like to speak.
I'd like to add that I would like to see a presentation, if you will, of addressing some of our current issues in Nevada. So regardless of where a person is from, almost like a writing sample, right, that's given sometimes with job interviews, how would this person address a hypothetical or a current situation? And knowing what our experts do know, with our different departments, we would be able to look at that response critically. That is all.
Thank you, Member Braxton. Any insights from up north? Okay. Member Elf?
No, I was just going to say that it's challenging, but I agree with the timeline that you had set forward, and I think we need to set that. And if we need to make adjustments along the way, we need to. But I feel like just getting something started is pretty crucial. And to echo off of Member Hughes's comment, I think we need to be a little bit careful that we don't paint ourselves into a corner with so many things, just not knowing who our applicants are going to be, because ultimately we need to choose a candidate that's going to be a good fit for our state. And that could be a whole lot of different characteristics or abilities or traits. So, but I just think that getting some dates down on paper is a great start just to kind of get the ball rolling.
This is
Excellent
Member
points,
Ford.
Member Ellis. Go ahead.
Um, I think too that one of the things that I'm looking forward to hearing is sometimes we can, craft interview questions around what we believe are the most pressing issues. And I think I'd rather find candidates who can determine, like, come to us and let us know what they believe are the three most pressing issues and the ways that they would handle it. What is their vision? What do they believe are the three most pressing issues? I feel like that would define the candidates far better than us defining those issues for them. I mean, I really think that I would like to see how strategic somebody can be and how visionary somebody could be based on how they define what the potential challenges and also the strengths of our state educational system are. And so I kind of would want to turn the interview system around on the people we're bringing in.
Thank you, Member Orr. All of this sounds very exciting and very dynamic. So we could have, as part of this process, a presentation about what the candidates believe our key issues and key solutions are that we could be working on as a state education system. Go ahead, Member Ford, and then I will switch back to our timeline again.
Thank you. I really like what everybody said, actually, and I just wanted to kind of double down and on a couple of things. Member Hughes, I completely agree. We should not bottleneck anybody into an amount of years. In fact, you never know. Somebody could be brand new and just have it, I really like first when you said, they shouldn't be from Nevada, I kind of started thinking like, but there is a reason why, we elect people and make sure they live there so that they understand, and it is a very similar position. However, Member Braxton brought up the suggestion of the presentations, and I think that with CCSD's recent superintendent search process, those presentations that they gave were like the best portion of the whole process. And I think that is really where everyone kind of made up their minds about who they liked the most as far as people, watching the meetings. So I totally support that. And I love what Member Orr said also about just let them, let their freak flag fly. I think that's what I heard her say through their presentations or whatever they're going to bring to present as their vision. So I would like to make sure that, whatever we say to the potential candidates, I don't want anyone to think, oh, that's not me. Whether you are somebody who's been a state superintendent in 5 different states, I guess, or a principal here who has great ideas and, for the state and the school district. So I would like it to be very inviting and encouraging for anybody to apply, even if they don't think that they qualify. And I'm good. Thank you.
Excellent points. Thank you, Member Dawson Owens.
Thank you so much. Annette Dawson Owens here. I would agree with what's been said. I think heart is super important. Their ability and depth is also important, and seeing their presentation as well as performance tasks. It is a very big job, and we don't want to box anyone in. As we said, being from Nevada or not, you can work with students in similar situations and have an idea about it. But so just having that open, and again, the number of years I saw in here, 10 years as a classroom teacher, not everyone is going to have that necessarily, or that might not be a quality that is necessary. So I'm excited to see what we get, and I like the flexibility we have to put it out there and see what candidates we get. I'm always hopeful and optimistic that people will come here and apply for this position, and then we can adjust if we don't feel like we have what we need, and we are in good hands in the meantime with Deputy Canavero, Superintendent Canavero, and so thank you very much.
Thank you for for your comments. So now circling back to timeline, just to level set, today is May 14th. And if our next meeting is June 25th. So any additional data gathering, ideally we could do within the next 3 weeks. So if any members want to hold meetings with their constituent groups, do any additional surveying, whatever you would like to do to gather information to present to the board and to help reflect the survey or this process. If we could have that information by June 6th, that would give the department time to put all that information together and have that ready to be presented to us at our June 25th meeting. Now, at that meeting, the goal would be to have a final draft by the end of the meeting after working through all the information that we could then post July 1 and make public July 1 through July 20th. And again, we would meet July 30th, and then hopefully we could review the candidates and hold a special meeting in August. I do have a question for Dag Ott relative to the board's ability to hold closed session during our June 25th and July 30th meetings for the purpose June 25th to review potential interview questions and July 30th to review the totality of applicants and to select those who we would like to invite for interviews. Would that be possible?
Deputy Attorney General Greg Ott, I don't see an avenue to create questions in a closed session, and I don't see an avenue to review applications in a closed session. If there is an intent to shield some of those applicants from public view to encourage people to apply who may still be with an employer, you could delegate that ability to a member of the board. You delegate it to more than one, you become OML issues. So those are my initial thoughts. I'm not sure that was helpful to you, but.
So just to clarify then, one individual member of the board would review the totality of applicants and make a recommendation of who to interview and then also help craft the interview questions.
I guess just to add on, if you could clarify, one of the things we were trying to think through is like, are there any HR laws, discrimination laws that would prevent some, because like, yeah, it just seems like when you're putting interview questions out into the open, then you don't actually have the same candidate experience. So that was like one concern. And then again, like, how do you protect all the HR pieces when everything is totally open? Like, we weren't quite sure how to navigate that. So maybe the answer is this supersedes any HR kind of restrictions, but any clarification there would also be helpful.
Appreciate that, Vice Chair Hughes. Deputy Attorney General Greg Ott. In the past, there has been members of the representatives of DHRM who've assisted in this sort of review and preparation of questions, and they can get submissions from the board regarding what questions they would like to get, and those could be submitted to DHRM, and then we could have a member who is assigned to kind of create that after the submissions. The problem comes obviously when you have the board itself engaging in discussions. That becomes a public meeting under Chapter 241. So there may be a way to do some submissions, involve DHRM, and then delegate someone so that the board feels like they have buy-in, but also there is some protection for the process.
This is Member Orr. I asked a similar question of Superintendent earlier, and he mentioned that we could just give kind of topical types of questions or topics for performance tasks, and the department might be able to help write those questions for us and send them through HR in a process kind of on the back end, so that it wasn't those questions, like the topics might be known, but that those would be very generalized. And so the applicants wouldn't know what the questions were exactly. And that's kind of what happens, I think, at the district level as well, in these open meeting law situations. And I think that's also what happens to, candidate applications and resumes. Resumes and CVs are often open in public meeting law for districts as well.
Thank you, Member Orr. We can certainly do the high level submissions and have the department assist with that. They have agreed to do that. I want to make sure that the board is okay with that because we may submit questions and they may not be exactly represented in the end result. But just putting that out there and making sure that everyone understands that and would be okay with that. One question that has come up is just a curiosity out of what was the process last time and how were the candidate questions crafted, and then how were the candidate selections made?
Steve Canavero, interim superintendent. You know, I was a candidate in the last round, so I don't, I would recuse myself from conversations like at the state board. So I'm sorry, I don't have great recall of those conversations nor access into them.
I do, the Deputy Attorney General Greg Ott, I do remember working with an individual from DHRM on the entirety of the process and the development of questions. I don't remember whether the state board appointed a representative, but I believe we did get submissions from the state board, and then myself and the representative from DHRM kind of honed those to make sure there was no overlap, but also to make sure that the areas of interest of the board were protected to the best, or were included to the best of our abilities. I can also check more into that process. Deputy Attorney General Gardner was representing the board at that time, so my memory is foggy.
Sure, that would be helpful. Would we also be able to see those questions to just as a springboard to some of our own thinking?
I can definitely find past questions and circulate.
Okay, so just to summarize what I believe we are hearing, we cannot hold closed session to review interview questions or to review the totality of the applicants to select our top candidates for interview. What I'm hearing though is that we have an avenue in which Dag Ott and a representative from the acronym, I'm guessing it's HR, that you had mentioned.
It's the Division of Human Resources Management, which is a sub-agency of the Department of Administration. Apologies.
Okay, perfect. So Dag Ott and a representative from that entity can assist with crafting the questions and then assisting with providing the board with some candidate recommendations. We have a lot of questions. I think one of the things that this board also needs to decide, if this is the avenue that we go, would we like to vote on a representative to serve in that process? I see Member Walker, you have your hand up, or you waved.
I apologize. I saw a colleague in the hall waving to me.
Excellent. I love the friendly nature. That's great. Member Keys had a comment, and then Member Ford.
So I went to a few workshops about superintendent searches, but it was for the local level, so it's a little bit different. One thing that they did talk about though was the idea that some applicants might be like very qualified applicants might be turned away from applying if they're happy in their current position as a superintendent, or because then if you see, oh, our superintendent applied somewhere else, you don't want to worsen the relations between like a board president or superintendent or anything like that. So I know that we wouldn't be able to look over the applications in a closed session, but is there any way to remove their name or any identifying information from applications like that and still discuss them in an open session? Is that possible at all? If the department just blanks out their name or any personal information like that? I'm just trying to figure out how to protect certain applicants if they worry about having their name out there.
Deputy Attorney General Greg Ott, I appreciate the question, and I also appreciate creative problem solving. My concern is that so first, I'm not aware of that having been done before. My concern is also that if you get to the point where you're redacting all of the identifying information, the board starts to lose the ability to get the benefit of the candidate's experience and past history. So I have some concerns, but I will think on it further to see if there's an anonymized way to do it that would still be beneficial to the board.
And one idea just to add to that, Member Keys, is again, haven't thought through this either, so I don't know if this is a good idea or not. But separate of a resume, which I think you'd have to redact everything for like the district name, the whatever, like all the things, and then you might not know much. I do wonder if there's like separate of a resume, like in the application, if we could collect certain types of information that the way we ask the question is anonymous. So then we at least can see like this is our top quartile of candidates based upon their like level of experience or something. So as you're thinking on it, maybe there is a way to sort of gather some of that info that could be public that also would not preclude people from wanting to apply. But we'll echo, I hear that all across the country that, people who would be great options for many states and many districts, decide not to do that because of the public nature of it. And that is just hard to do because if you don't get it, you kind of have some some downsides. If you do get it, you have some downsides. And so, but appreciate your creative thinking, Member Keys.
All right, Member Ford.
All right, so I put it through my AI. I gave it the timeline and it knows the history of Nevada's search processes and stuff. It says that it's a tight but doable timeline, and then it broke down 3 realistic options that the board could use, and all of these options would narrow applicants between July 1st and 30th without violating open meeting law or creating confusion. I don't really like the third one, but I'll present it. Option 1 is scoring with a rubric and individual pre-ranking with no deliberation. Each board member receives a rubric and scores applicants independently before the July 30th meeting. The rubric would include values from the survey, example, Nevada experience, public ed, advocacy, equity, etc. Scores would be submitted to NDE or the president, who compiles a ranked list without board discussion. At the July 30th meeting, the full board reviews the compiled data and formally selects interviewees in public. Why it works: it keeps the selection transparent and avoids serial communication issues under OML. Option 2, applicant review subcommittee. The board could formally create a subcommittee on June 26th to review applications between July 1st and 30th. That group, for instance, 3 voting members, could meet publicly to review applications and bring back the recommended finalists for full board approval July 30th. We would need a tight agenda and clear evaluation criteria. It works because it keeps the full board clean of pre-decision, but allows for focused review and prep. Option 3, structured review by NDE and board ranking. NDE staff vets all applications for minimum qualifications, then presents anonymous summaries in the July 30th packet. Board members read and come prepared to nominate up to 3 finalists each at the July 30th meeting. The tally is done live, and finalists with the most nominations are publicly selected for an interview. It works because it's transparent, low risk, and moves the discussion into public domain where it belongs. And then and it says, regardless, whatever we do, frame it around community input. So that they know that we are doing this towards the goals that they gave us. So I like the first one. I think we should do the rubric.
Well, thank you, Member Ford, and thank you, your AI. Does it have a name yet?
I asked it to name itself, and it named itself Muse.
Oh, Muse. Okay. Well, thank you, Muse. Option 1 also resonated with me as well. I'm curious, Dag Ott, is that something that would be permissible for our board to, between the dates of July 20th and July 30th, to independently rank the candidates and then present well, I guess they would just be scored, and so they would be ranked automatically. Is that something that we could do while still meeting compliance?
I believe that is something that could be done for the board to basically rank and then use that process to create the finalists.
Okay, Member Keys.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe if I like the idea, but if we want to continue to keep it kind of their names hidden for privacy reasons, I believe that someone could just put in like a public records request and get that information, like their applications, if it's going out to the entire board in an official manner. I would turn to legal for that, but that's what I thought of. That might be a flaw.
So it's a good question, Deputy Attorney General Gregott. When you are presenting materials to the full board in support of an agenda item, it becomes a supporting document. There are recognized protections under the Public Records Act for personal privacy information. So there may be a way to withhold some of that information. I will review further. The Public Records Act request would be a little bit more shielded than having those things posted on a state board website where it would come on a random internet search, right? You'd at least be protecting the applicants so that their present employer would have to do an affirmative request to get that information. So I do think there is a level of protection there that is not present at, say, a public meeting, but it's a good flag.
Thank you, Member Keys, for bringing that to light. Any other thoughts from board members on avenues for how to proceed?
This is Member Orr. I appreciate the idea very much. I don't know how other board members would feel about this, but I wouldn't mind if it was a little bit more than a paper screener, and if we did have some sort of requirement that there was some, like short video presentation with it. Just I feel like I would get much more out of that than just simply looking through a paper screener to go through a rubric, especially with AI helping people out so much. I'd like to get to know the applicants before we bring them into the meeting.
Thank you, Member Orr. That's a great idea. Something that we could request as part of the application materials is some sort of video. Okay, so it sounds like we have enough information to get us to our next board meeting. We have today's date of May 14th, so 3 weeks from now approximately will be June 6th. Any additional information that members have from their constituents or any meetings that they hold or any data that they've gathered from the community to inform the search selection, please share that with the department by June 6th. And then at our June 25th meeting, we will finalize how we want to go about, we will finalize the position description and then how we will go about selecting those questions for the applicants during the interview process. Any other questions or comments from the board? And then just extrapolating that out to our July 30th meeting, we would select the candidates to interview. And then in August, we would have a special meeting to interview the candidates themselves. Okay, very good. Now we'll move on from item 9. Oh, Dag, real quick, do we need a vote on agenda item 9 to move forward in that manner, or can we just move forward?
I don't believe I heard any changes from the established process other than you just sort of laying out the timeline of June, July, August, and the earlier agreement to get the full materials in response to Member Ford's question. So I don't think you changed the existing process. If you did take a vote, but my understanding is you just kind of reviewed, talked. So I think no.
All right, excellent. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to agenda item 10. This agenda item provides an opportunity to revisit and discuss our current vision and goals, not just reflected on the website, but also within our state improvement plan or the STIP. There's been a lot of discussion about the STIP and a recognition that many of us were recently seated on this board and would benefit from ongoing discussions and opportunities for refinement. Also, public comment from Mr. Statuki indicating the request to revise our goals and support in doing so. This item is not an action item. Well, it is an action item, sorry. This is an action item, but just to be clear, we don't necessarily have to take action today. We just wanted to ensure that we have that option and that we have a robust discussion surrounding vision and goals. So with that, we'll start with Interim Superintendent Dr. Canavero, and we will be joined in this presentation with Vice President Hughes.
Thank you, President Dockweiler, members of the board, Steve Canavero, interim state superintendent. And I jumped at the chance to provide a perspective. I am As you all know, I had previously serving superintendent for quite some time. I didn't enter the role as a superintendent. I actually entered the Department of Education as a grants analyst many years ago while I was finishing my degree at UNR, my PhD at UNR, and then joined the office. I suppose that gives you a little bit of like I don't come in through the political avenues. I come in from trying to do the best work on behalf of kids and for kids. So I just provide that a little bit of background of having been here for quite some time in a variety of different perspectives, and then having spent the last 6 years supporting other state education agencies across the country, and then coming back. Like maybe there's something that I see that can help all of us advance the state improvement plan. So I'm offering this as a perspective, like with humility. So there are more questions than answers, I think, collectively, at least that I have, but I have begun digging. The last 3 weeks, I've been asking lots of questions. Right here in the department, I've been asking questions to our teacher advisory, our principal advisory, our student advisory. I ask questions when folks are here to talk about a particular bill. I ask them questions, and really the questions center around priorities. And here at the department, it's been an ongoing discussion. Like, what are our priorities, and how would I know them, and are they reflected? Can you sort of help me understand decisions that are made based on our priorities? Are they expressed in our budgets? Like all of the sort of like digging you might expect one to do as you start to try to understand what's important to this board, what's important to the Department of Ed, what's important in the school environment, what's important to our districts. And I also recognize that, like, absolutely, in no way is this an exhaustive. This is not a vacuum. Education is a very, very complex and dynamic ecosystem with stakeholders and perspectives from everywhere. I mean, we talked about the portrait. Think about the Commission on Innovation. Think about School Funding Commission. Like all sorts of different perspectives about our education system, and then the unique opportunity that the state board has with the department to establish a statewide improvement plan. Like, okay, that's no small task, and it's something that I happen to think is incredibly important. I think it's very important that the state have an opinion. The state ought to have an opinion, and it ought to have priorities expressed as goals, expressed as like the how, expressed as strategies. And honestly, for the majority of my career, that looked like the State Board of Education and the department working together to solve some of the state's most pressing challenges that we faced. Like, what does that mean? It literally means the STIP and alignment of the STIP through our various state plans, our federal plans, which I think to the earlier point becomes more and more important as the sort of, I'm going to say, the federal realignment or the new relationship that states now have with the federal U.S. Department of Education and the feds. In addition to just simply like the goals, the STIP also provides a wonderful opportunity for, and I'm going to say, a reasonably coherent theory of action, because nothing is perfect. The STIP will never be perfect, and it shouldn't be. It should be something that is broad enough to incorporate, but specific enough to be actionable, and not 3,000 pages. So it has to have a reasonably coherent theory of action behind it around responsibilities owned at various levels of the system, whether that be the state, the department, whether that be the district or particular schools that support or drive change. So here's sort of my first, and I think I only have 5, so they're not too long, but just these observations from been here and back here and having some conversations. The first is really encourage all of us to continue to work together. And by that, I mean the state board and the department. We both need each other. And our districts and charters and schools need us to work together on a coherent and exceedingly operational set of strategies. And like a good example might be the current CCR goal. Like we should be really thinking through how do we inquire about the CCR goal and what types of responsibilities then become the department's, become yours. Are these opportunities to earn a CCR diploma uniform? Are they isolated? Are there deserts? Critical inquiry to develop a STIP that can then be actionable and informed. The other observation I have, and as I was kind of thinking through the priorities and sort of asking the questions, it sort of struck me that we really didn't have, or we would benefit greatly from a consistent way of thinking about our education system, especially when it comes to the department and it comes to the state board. Like a blueprint, if you will, that we can use to guide as well as remind as we begin to meander a bit. And I'll just say in your board document, at the very end, there is I think legal, it's a bit broader, it's got a fold in it. It sort of has an upward to the right corner trajectory arrow. This is 100% draft. And I appreciate Paula, who's in the superintendent's office, literally taking some chicken scratch from a variety of different meetings of an image that was emerging on a board during one of our directors' meetings, just as a way of conceptualizing what are we trying to accomplish here, being very specific. So we had lots of post-secondary ready. Well, what does that actually mean? And so these are just things that emerged from conversations from within the department that hope maybe it's helpful. And if it is, maybe it's just the beginning point of a conversation that you all have, hopefully with us and then with others as we begin to go back into your STIP, which I applaud you for doing. We started to get pretty clear, and I think that we could get more clear about what enrolling in post-secondary to prepare a student to enroll in post-secondary. Well, that means that they enroll historically, we would say without the need for remediation, but now that they enroll, all students are without the co-requisite course requirements that are currently in the bridge programming at our NCHE institutions. That students, when they graduate, can earn. They are employable, so that we're paying attention to the job market, we're paying attention to where students might work, what the opportunities for work might look like, but importantly, here at the department, it was held that this isn't just any job. These are sort of career paths, and this is livable wage, non-Medicaid eligible earnings. And importantly, many of our students choose to go directly from high school to one or more of the branches of the armed forces. So we wanted to ensure that that path was explained. And as you all know, the ASVAB is one of those, and likely this is the reason and rationale behind your CCR diploma. Well, then we said, well, how do we know if we're on track? And that's essentially how you come across this arc. This arc is, I think, unapologetically student outcome focused, and it has, for the most part, those things that we actually know. So there is a universe of things that might be included here, but they're just not uniformly collected. They're not uniformly understood at the state level. They may very well be at the district level. They may be very well at a school level. But it also just says, hey, if we're less focused on how people arrive, we just want to be clear on where the destination is and what it looks like. So that sort of explains the arc, explains some of the bullet points beneath it around quality early learning environments, literacy in third grade, middle school preparation for mathematics, and then, of course, the post-secondary readiness. But then below that, we know that there are conditions that are necessary for success. And we have some information on that now at the state level that we can look at as barometers or as conditions or as leading indicators, perhaps, of things. Those are student wellness metrics. And we understand that a little bit by proxy, the chronic absenteeism, but we know more directly through students accessing statewide Safe Voice, and what types of emergent issues they're having as students within their schools, at home, And so that's telling us a little something too about where and how well our students are situated as they enter schools. And then, of course, you see others down there, which is an effective and efficient Department of Ed, so that we're adding value to the system and efficient in doing so. So if the first one was the more we work together, the more benefit to principals, students, and teachers across the state, and can work together on what the state ought to be working on, our priorities. The second one is, hey, maybe we think about a way of thinking about our state education system. Again, won't be perfect, but I think it's sort of necessary to appreciate the architecture behind any state improvement plan and perhaps the priorities that come from there. I'll then just quickly pivot to sort of what am I paying attention to, or what's catching my attention, and in conversations with others, what am I seeing? I think I've got like 3 and then maybe one more. The third area is there is an accelerated unequal opportunity across our schools. And we're seeing this dramatic. They're called different things over time. They've been called achievement gaps. They've been called opportunity gaps. However you wish to describe them, the distance between our highest and lowest performing students, which cuts across racial and socioeconomic lines, continues to expand, not contract. The post-COVID trends, and we're a couple of years now that we have full view of this, are not converging. And the sort of questions I've been asking to some school leaders and to teachers is like, this is what I'm seeing. I'm just seeing this sort of return post-COVID and this very huge gap between schools and students. And are you seeing students who were excelling before have come back to a system that they very much recognize, teachers recognize, students recognize, and it's sort of like, okay, we're back on track. And then for a whole nother group of students and teachers and principals, it's as if we're coming back to a system that didn't work, and now it's only expanding in terms of its ability to reach those students or not reach those students. Teachers, principals, dramatically frustrated. And it's pretty evident, at least over the course of the last 2 years, that this is expanding. It's not contracting like we're seeing in other states. People call it post-COVID recovery. That's fine, whatever we want to call it. But it's pretty clear that the opportunities for kids are accelerating, not decelerating. The unequal opportunity is accelerating. What I see like really specific, so that's kind of broad, where I'm seeing it really specifically played out is in math achievement, really across 3rd through 8th grade. I don't want this to appear deficit-based. I can appreciate how people could read that in, but it's not. I mean, quite frankly, this is why I get up in the morning when I see these types of where the system isn't working for everyone. And so those are the areas I focus on. That's what draws my attention. And I understand and appreciate that everyone is working their tails off. And I frankly think that this is a system challenge. It's not a principal challenge. It's not a teacher challenge. This needs to be our system level challenge that we have to resolve. But where we're seeing it play out in real time for kids and our teachers is in the classrooms, and our scores can just basically trend down. There's material gaps in the achievement based on socioeconomic status and the major race and ethnicity groups and special pops. We're kind of seeing some correlation with the Praxis 2 scores as well. So we sort of see it at like we know that we need to support teachers in content knowledge. Science achievement is moving along with math, which I think is somewhat reasonable. One of the ways that we've kind of came to this conclusion is through a longitudinal analysis. So we looked at cohorts of students. So cohorts of students across time on math, students who were starting really it's a similar pattern. Those that are achieving continue to achieve. Those that struggle are continuing to struggle. But in between that, the students who are moving from the sort of between stages of learning are the ones that are peeling off and joining the struggling group or the lowest level of achievement group. It's it's a different pattern than what we see in English language arts across 3 through 8. So that's something that the department is saying, wow, this is, in addition to the unequal opportunity that's accelerating, we know that math is also an area where I think statewide focus is warranted and supports are warranted. The ACT and diploma types are seeming to work together, and we're seeing the CCR diploma types. I think there's a lot to investigate there and to think about in terms of the preparations that's necessary so that students are on a pathway to and have the opportunity to earn a college and career ready diploma, rather than just looking at the finish line. But we have to be thinking about it as an arc. And then the last thing I'll mention just before we peel off, because well-being of our students is, I was here when Safe Voice was brought in, and the work to support the safe and respectful learning environments, and have been tracking that closely. And the team that does that work was sent here from another planet, and they deserve an automatic ticket to whatever their post-life aspirations are, hopefully heaven or whatever. Great group of people. What we're seeing this year in the first few months is that the call volume into these are students in crisis. The call volume appears to be tapering back to a 2022, 2023 level. And after a spike in the last couple of years. And the top 5 types of reasons why students report have remained fairly stable the last 2 years. And those are school employee complaint, threat to student and handle with care, suicide threats, and bullying. And I had to ask about handle with care because I had forgotten, but this is handle with care is pass on information from when law enforcement might be involved with an incident with the student and their family. This is the 3rd most common reason that students are reaching out to us. So clearly this, and I go back to the point I think I really want to make here is that I think the STIP working together at a system level, it isn't education and only education, but social services, welfare. How do we support a broader view of working with our districts and working with our schools to get them the types of supports they need in order for their students to be prepared for, as it's emerging at the department, to earn a livable wage career, enroll in the non-co-requisite required coursework, or enlist in the military to serve. So I hope that wasn't too long. I appreciate your indulgence, and again, offered with full humility, just some initial observations. Back to you.
Okay, this is Member Hughes. I'm going to jump in and try to take us to this next section. We'll see how I do. Give me some feedback. Okay, so I'm going to give just a little bit more context into our current sort of state board vision and goals for new members, just so they have that. And then we're hoping to start to narrow in on a couple of broad topical areas that we feel like there might be some level of consensus or excitement or same sense of urgency across the board. And I think that is as far as we're going to probably get today, because we also want to, again, make sure that we see what happens in the legislative session, some of these other moving pieces, and then converge all those into one. So before I give that context, the thing I'm going to ask each board member, and anybody from NDE would love if you also could participate in the spirit of partnership. No expectation if you don't feel comfortable. But just if you could think about, as I'm giving context, like given what you heard Dr. Canavero talk about, given your own experiences, given the constituents you represent, stakeholders you talk to, like what are the couple of things that you feel like are most pressing for our state education system that the combined forces of the board and NDE could do something about that you feel like would matter the most for kids? It's a very big question. We're going to get a lot of different answers. But again, we're just trying to see like where each person's kind of mind is at around that question. So just be ready in a few minutes to share a couple of ideas that you have, and then we'll just see where everybody's at. So this was when I first started on the board, we decided we wanted to have a clear vision statement and then have some measurable goals as the board. We went through a very lengthy process, and even there, our goals were insufficient, but we got something on paper. And we came up with this vision. All Nevada students are equipped and feel empowered to attain their vision of success. As many people who've worked to create visions very abstract. If you ask 10 people on the street, they would give you very different versions of what that even means. So, but it was our attempt to try to think about like we're equipping our students with something and they're able to achieve success. And we also do not want to define that for them, knowing that everybody might have their own version of what that looks like. But to the diagram that's provided earlier, other states have decided to maybe have simpler language that is more accessible by saying, we want every student to be able to get a livable wage job, right? Like you can argue the nuances, but like that was our attempt to sort of say, what is the North Star that's driving this work? And then we looked at data and thought, okay, given where we're at, where do we think we can make some traction that would help better prepare students? And so we looked at the CC, we look a lot at graduation rates and what kind of diplomas folks are getting, and saw that there was not a huge uptick since the CCR diploma was instituted in students obtaining that. Now, there's questions about, does it actually equip students and are they truly ready, even if they have that piece of paper? But the thinking was that if we could put some emphasis there, more students would be college and career ready, which again is a loaded term in and of itself, but that was sort of our thinking at the time. And then we also wanted to tend to the overall academic achievement, knowing that that was important. And so maybe we took a shortcut. We didn't get so specific of saying math or ELA or this subject group. We kind of lumped it into this quality counts measure, which as we heard in public comment, we're well aware it has not existed. I think middle of COVID, first year of COVID is the last time that quality counts even established a report. And so that doesn't even exist anymore. But the thinking was about, we wanted to see demonstrated growth in academics. And because that was a thing our community keeps talking about, like we're always at the bottom of every ranking, that was sort of our call to action of like, well, what would it take to move that ranking? And we saw that as both a way to support students and a way to start to change the narrative about education in our state. So I'm agnostic. You may think that's a terrible approach, terrible idea, maybe the best thing you ever heard, but that's how we got to where we're at. And so I think the task before us is a lot has changed in the world since then. The needs of students are different. I would say we probably have not, as a board, been as focused as we could have been around what are the specific actions we're taking to reach these goals. We've like talked about components of those two goals, but it hasn't been the most strategic. So I think the goal is how do we coalesce with the department around a few big topics that are sort of on this continuum of K-12 that we actually have the ability to do something around and can get an alignment on, so that when we all ends our terms or go home every day can say like what's different for kids as a result of our work, like we should all be able to have an answer to that, and collectively we should have an answer to that. And I don't know, again, my own perspective, I don't know that we would each have the same answer to that question collectively over the work over the last couple of years. So that's what we're hoping to get towards. So I'm going to stop talking. Hopefully that gave you enough think time. I tried to stall a little bit. Anything anybody else would add context, and then we can maybe just start up north and just share, again, top level ideas that are on each person's mind, and then we'll come down south. But any other additional commentary, thoughts, context people want to provide before we do that? Okay, let's head up north. I'm gonna let you all choose Hunger Game styles. Who wants to go first? So whoever, just again, share a couple of ideas. I'm gonna take notes. Obviously, I'll be in the public record, and then we'll use that for the next conversation to kind of launch from once we see where there's some overlap and where people are at.
I'll start. Angela and I are wrestled for this. We have had this conversation in our district over and over, in every district that I've worked in for that matter. But it always circles back down to what we actually have control over. And I know for our district, the student engagement and ensuring that each student has a teacher that is going to engage them regardless of their ability level, backgrounds, whatever that may be, and requiring that no students can hide in a classroom, whether they're hiding passively or they're hiding because they're throwing books at the teacher, whatever that may be. Just ensuring that all of our kids have high quality learning environments and the opportunity to be engaged in their learning. It's a little bit challenging because all of the systems that we've used always want to know, okay, well, how does this kid score on the assessment? But the assessments maybe aren't taking into account how much improvement there has been within that child, and and then ensuring that they're engaged in the classroom and that they're gaining those social skills of interacting with their peers, and they're required to go through all of the motions of I shouldn't use the term going through the motions, but they're required to communicate positively with their teachers and their peers.
Thanks for kicking us off. Whoever wants to go next.
This is Member Orr. I did win the arm wrestle, but I'm gracious, so I allowed Member else to go. I think I would start by saying that I think I'm most passionate about us having very aligned systems around early literacy. So I believe that the greatest change that we could make in working directly with the department and with every school district around the state would be to have evidence evidence aligned, curriculum, not curriculum, but evidence based, um, like instruction, assessments, professional learning, teachers that feel equipped and efficacious in their craft, and all of our systems align so that we can support early literacy across the state in a way that we can measure and feel success, and that we stay the course and we focus as much of our resources on that as possible so that we can really see a huge jump. So that would be my number one. And then I think, mental health and social emotional health of all people in our schools, most especially our children, but I also think our teachers is just, and all staff is just absolutely paramount. And I think those would be my top two. Thank you.
This is Member Walker. And I would second what both Member Else and Member Orr has said, but I would add on to Member Orr's. And one of the things I'm seeing as an elementary principal, in addition to the importance of early literacy, we're seeing a bunch of kids in the upper grades who did not have the benefit of early literacy and are missing really important skills to be successful with English language arts, which we know on the assessments we use to gauge math is also affecting that. And so I think that just a strong focus on literacy, and I'm even looking at the graphic that is in the board packet. And, under the target, that's really the path forward. That's what we're saying is important. But the focus, when you look at it, are just the assessments. And so for me, it took listening to Superintendent Canavero go through the list to say, okay, I get what they're doing here. And I think that as a board in our strategic plan, not only do we need to look at assessment, which is important, those formative assessment tools, but also that how to truly improve education for our students and make sure that they have the opportunity for success. And so I almost feel like we need to flip it and really have a robust discussion of the path. And then the formative assessment measures are how we're going to see that we're progressing along that path.
This is Christy McGill, and really excited about the teamwork approach, and just want to echo everything we heard, especially what Dr. Canavero had brought up. Really looking at the data, we have a universal instruction issue. So is our system, do the policies that we co-create mutually reinforce a good tier one? And the data is telling us no. So things like the assessments, the accountability, can we have a three-legged stool kind of perspective of looking at the success of our schools and bring in some different measures to look at the short-term and the long-term outcomes. So really excited about this path.
Anybody else up north who wants to weigh in? Okay, if you think of something else, we'll give you one shot after we go down south. Before we do that, we're Member Ford is joining us by phone in transition. So want to make sure if you're out there, if you have a chance to share.
Hello, this is Member Ford. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I really am enjoying hearing everybody's thoughts for vision and everything. I'm just very confused because my understanding of this item was that it was being brought from some previous conversations. One of them was during the SIP, and one of them was during I can't remember which one we were talking about, maybe the at-risk, but I had mentioned several times that I wanted to do some sort of vision planning with the community. And I had a Zoom with President Dockweiler and Lisa Ford. We discussed this, and we worked through what an event like that would even look like and how it would be done digitally and what it would entail. And so I thought that this item was for that. I don't know if I misunderstood or if I need a separate item, but additionally, I want to do a vision planning event soon because it aligns with the superintendent stuff and just, you know, where we are, and because one hasn't been done in a long time. But this is something that I would like to explore with the rest of the board about putting into our yearly calendar. And when I say vision planning, I don't mean a 5-year plan. How do you create a 5-year plan if you don't know the vision from the community? And that would be a big picture vision. That would be like people coming with their terms of how to explain the things that they want in education. It's not, too much lingo. I imagine people will say things like, oh, I don't know, I would like them to have more arts and more theater, or something about sports, or they, very big picture of what they want for schools and for education in Nevada. And then that is the kind of thing that we should be knowing, is the big picture direction that the community wants when we're creating 5-year plans. So the plan isn't the vision. And so I have more thoughts about that. We really worked through like how that could operate. When I joined the CCSD school board, it was in policy that every January, that was the very first meeting that we had. And it was the very kind of what you expect from that kind of meeting, where you have, big Post-it notes on the board, on the walls, and you're thinking, abstractly about what school could be. Could they have gardens? Could we be doing, kitchens, like things that we don't have right now, but it could be a picture of the vision for us in 5, 10, 20 years, whatever. So that's really what I thought this item was about. I don't want to give my personal suggestions about it because that wasn't even the intent. The intent was to get actual real community members who aren't usually involved in the education, policy side of things, and get their feedback into what they want from schools. So if you could just clarify that for me, maybe President Dockweiler, if where the misunderstanding was, or if we're going to have that item and we had spoke about like maybe even I would just go do it, but I said I don't want to just go plan a vision planning event on my own and do this full town hall type of thing and not have the okay from the full board. So I thought that that's what this was about. So I'm good if I could assist that clarification.
Yeah, this is Member Hughes. One thing I'll add, and then we'll let Member or President Dockweiler join in here and share, given your conversation, that I was going to end with, but I'll share some of this now, Member Ford. So I think our intent on this particular item, I think, is to think expansively and start to generate ideas on the board, but that is not meant to signal to preclude any additional community engagement. Each of us, hopefully, when we're representing these ideas, are also representing communities that we represent, stakeholders, and we certainly need to get some additional input. And so I don't think us having this conversation, we're not saying that we don't or shouldn't do those things. And in the STIP, once we do some of those revisions, some of those touch points and checkpoints, we should actually build into that and thinking like, what is the annual cadence, or how do we want to look at like, what is the progress we're making? So I think everything you said, I think there's still possibility and options there to sort of include some of those things. And I would also remind us that the State Department of Ed for the past year and a half has been engaging in the Future of Learning Network and have had many of those big visioning conversations. And so I think it's important we also we're not starting from a blank page, because we've done lots and lots of robust community engagement. Not that there's not more to do, because context is different, but like we also have a wealth of knowledge to build from all the work over the past year and a half that the department has been doing on that front. So, Member Dockweiler, though, please chime in terms of like process and future community opportunities.
Sure, thank you. And thank you. This is Member Dockweiler for the record. Thank you, Member Ford, for reminding us about the community listening event. I had that as one of my notes to speak on as well. We did have a very productive conversation, the two of us, with Lisa Ford, and with the intent of bringing in community to also help inform the vision that the vision and goals that the state board will be considering. And as a reminder, this is just like one of many conversations. So I appreciate that this agenda item is expansive because it does lend itself to having these broad conversations. And certainly we want to have a community listening event in the near future so that when we bring this item back, we can have input from not only board members, the Department of Education leadership, but also the community. So no, I don't think you were too far off with this item. I think we're at one step in a many-step process. And I'll turn it back over to Member Hughes and or Member Ford if there's anything else you'd like to add.
Member Ford, anything else you want to jump in with before I move to Member Hudson?
I mean, I had to leave, so it's my bad that it's hard for me to express my point. But I'll just say, like, I am aware of the meetings that we've had with, when you invite people and you say the community, but it doesn't really reach the community. There's ways to get the actual average, like, person and for them to be engaged and to tell you the things that they really want in education, things that they might not know. So I already have, I explicitly explained that, and I thought I made myself clear in previous meetings that in, at least the first 6 months on the board, I thought that we should have some sort of big picture planning. It should happen annually. So even though it happened 2 years ago or whatever for a Portrait of a Learner, it's a thing that should happen every single year with the public. Again, I'm disappointed because I thought that that's what this was going to be. I have all my notes and stuff. We worked through exactly what that process would be, and I almost even just scheduled it and did it. But I was like, I'd rather get the, state board's full approval. Plus, I don't want to come back with my 100 people that told me they want a school that looks this way, because that's not very fair either. We need to have all of this information, and it needs to be accessible to everybody, and then that needs to be the thing that we determine we're going to keep in the back of our minds when we're thinking through actual plans, because these plans are not vision. It's not the same thing. There's no corporation that would do their business like this. They don't just make a plan and do it. They bring their employees in and they go, what's the future of this company? What are we going to be doing in 5 years? It doesn't look like it looks now. What is that picture? How do we get there? Okay, that's the plan that we have to make to get there. But we're not making any of those kind of like big picture plans, and the STIP certainly doesn't reflect anything other than more measurable goals. So I'm a little irritated, but also, again, I had to leave, so it's my bad. But I'll circle back with President Dockweiler and hopefully in the very near future be able to have another discussion like this where we could actually have some sort of community event and they could tell us what they want for Nevada education around the same time that we're, figuring out who the leader is going to be going forward. So I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those points. And yeah, it gives us a lot to consider. And I think those are all super important perspectives and ideas in terms of how we can engage a community. So yeah, we should certainly keep having that conversation. And I will just, name, particularly for new members, and I experienced this when I was a new member, is, it's like we also have to honor and recognize like this work is ongoing, and some of the things that were just brought up have actually happened historically, and the department staff has led historically. We may not have been there in the room, but that doesn't mean it wasn't happening. So it's tough when you're like new to the scene and you're like, okay, we want to do all these things, but just figuring out how do we continue the conversation with the leaders we have in seat and build upon, those that have sort of started doing some of that work. But I think, again, lots more room for community input. I'm going to move to Member Hudson on things that are top of your mind.
Member Hudson, for the record, one thing I would like, especially coming from the classroom, is for students in elementary to be able to read with confidence by the grade level 3, and not just to meet a benchmark. I think we're focusing on kind of mimicking what my counterparts have also said, because I know looking at things, literacy unlocks other opportunities. So that that is will be my first one. The next is to move more than like past the graduation rate, just to make sure that our students are crossing, walking across the stage with college credits or industrial skills. Um, and also, or just like a clear path of what they want next. So when they leave us, they have some type of understanding of what they want to do. And then lastly is basically I want to close the opportunity gap, meaning not lowering the expectations for our students, but raising access, support, and I think we're forgetting to believe in our students and what they could do. So just making sure that when we closing that opportunity gap, that we're also thinking of those things.
Okay, I will go next, but I'll go quick since y'all have heard too much of my voice. So I'll just double down and echo the call around early literacy. I'm like a root cause person. And so I think when you look at a lot of these other challenges, I think there are a lot of that is rooted in sort of foundational literacy skills. And so I think that would be something that was on my list. And I would expand that to then also think about kinder readiness, and sort of focusing on the early childhood space. Again, knowing that our teachers early on are often making up for a lot of, they're trying to do the best they can with where kids come in kinder. And sometimes, that's not even later in the year till first grade. And so they're playing catch up from day one. And so if I think about root cause, what would the system look like if all kids showed up day one ready? Like that would be a game changer for schools and what they were able to do. So those would be sort of like early childhood space, and early literacy would be where I'd hang my hat. And we'll pass it to President Dockweiler.
Thank you. This is Member Dockweiler. I have 3 items. One is a priority, and the other 2 are process issues. The first, my priority would be school safety and well-being. If students aren't safe, they can't learn. They're not even focusing on anything else. We have elementary school students who need to who need to be taught social emotional skills because they're not being taught that at home. They don't know how to process emotions. They don't know how to behave in a social setting. And then that elevates to our secondary schools where our students are being jumped, they're being concussed. I mean, there's significant violent actions that are happening with our students. And if they're not feeling safe, they're definitely not thinking about learning. So school safety and well-being is my top priority. And then in terms of the 2 process items I have, one is for whatever we identify as our goals, that we make sure we identify some progress monitoring metrics that go with that, and a regular routine in which we receive information about our progress towards our goals, whether that be quarterly, biannually, or annually, whatever makes sense for what we're measuring. And then also, I do like the idea of an annual community, a meaningful community listening event where we can actually hear from the community in a way that makes sense from them, and building that as an annual process for this board. Thank you.
Member Braxton, for the record, I love this topic so much. During the campaign cycle, I was able to meet with members of the community and have either informal listening sessions, but I also created a survey and I put that on my website. And I got feedback from people as far as what their concerns were. So I'm not speaking so much my opinion first; it's what I've heard, and then I'll add my 2 cents. But one this falls under safety, and there is an issue with disproportionate discipline, and that is a big issue, right? And so, it's not a sexy issue, but we have to address this because there are policies that are available, that could be available to reduce disciplinary disparities, right? We just have to address them, which leads to multi-tiered systems of support for mental health. And of course, that leads to safety issues. There's the safety for our students and for our teachers, but there's also the environmental safety, how our buildings are designed and what that looks like. So I'm putting that as my 1 with 3 bullet points. I don't want to be greedy with this. And then my second one then would be increasing the candidate pool for our educator pipeline, and how can we improve that and then maintain the talent that we have. That's all.
Oh, this is like the magic wand. And I love everything that the members have said here. If I have to pick one, it's just a little one that every child is on grade level or above and graduates fully prepared, right? But all these things that you're talking about add to that. We need to be sure that every child thrives. And sometimes that is backward planning. What do we want to see upon graduation? So I like this graph that we have. I think more than ever, our kids need to be prepared for their job, their college, their career, what it is without remediation. As has been mentioned, they need some mental health and wellness, some coping skills, especially post pandemic, to have to be able to respond appropriately. I agree with Member Hughes that high quality early learning experience can't be underestimated. It puts you on the path for success, but even when we don't have that, we have to have accountability and make sure our kids are engaged all along the way in learning and feel like that they have a purpose and that they know their potential and that they find school meaningful and that it's individualized to them, and just really want our kids to feel fully equipped for their future as they graduate. So just a little thing, but I think it's just paying attention to all those little things along the way. And the more that they can feel like the things that they're learning and doing matter, because they want to be involved, they want to be engaged, they want to make a difference, and they're amazing. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And I agree with everyone else that went. I have a few things. I also talked to the student advisory group about this, and really their main thing was increasing the culture surrounding school, especially secondary school. One thing that was pointed out was toxic competitiveness, which I feel like kind of shows the gap between our lowest performing and our highest performing students. The fact about how, and we don't have any control over this, but in our largest school district, a lot of students are capped for their GPA, which is a policy meant to decrease that, but it actually increases that. So that kind of leads me to my two other points. When Superintendent Cannavaro was talking about the math scores, I started relating it to my own experience with math in school. And so, just for some background, I used to be a math whiz when I was in like middle school. I ended up taking Algebra 1 my freshman year, which was a little above what I was on track for, and I used to think that I was like going into a STEM major. And then I started taking pre-calculus over at GBC, which is on entirely online and virtual. And I Math 127 was the first B I've ever gotten. I really thought I was going to get a C in that class, but it just with the online curriculum, it just felt like I couldn't understand the materials, and it really goes back to different students learn in different ways, especially for math. I have students in my school that are juniors that are sitting on a math program and don't understand basic algebra. And that's no fault of their own. It's a fault of the system. That they shouldn't be just sitting in front of the screen trying to figure it out. They need to be in front of a teacher that's like working them through that. So that's one of my big points. The second one is really empowering students to advocate for themselves. So really putting trust into students. And I think the role we can play in that is focusing on civics education, because it's definitely not focused on enough in our schools. And so I think we can help kind of bridge the gap between governance and students in schools, not even through direct policy, but through our actions, inviting students to the table, going to schools and listening to those students, and engaging with them directly.
Okay. Well, thank you everybody for sharing your thoughts. And I know that that took a minute, but I think it's important that everybody's voice is heard. because we're all, again, coming from different perspectives, represent different groups. And so I think we're going to stop there. But again, the intent is we continue to move forward and think about the STIP and how we coalesce around some shared goals to align the system and really have a shared focus. One, to see what was on everybody's mind who sits on or is associated with this board. And then next step is we'll do some offline thinking about what are the trends that we saw just from this body. We'll think about, to Member Ford's point, how and who else we need to bring in and why and how all that looks. And then again, as we continue to move forward with this STIP, we'll start to build those pieces so that we hopefully have a more coherent and focused approach. But yeah, just appreciate everybody's time and engaging. And I'm going to close this out. And President Dockwell, you want final thoughts? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Member Ford, did you want to share some quick thoughts?
Thank you. Yeah, I do want to keep the vision planning stuff really. I want to wait till the community can speak to it. But personally, I want to just say that obviously I'm obsessed with AI, but what's happening and what's going to happen with education is that we're going to be, as far as we, I mean, anyone that can purchase things for education that are AI based, we're going to be presented with these things that are, software and solutions and ways to get kids to, make sure they're studying the material, make sure that even support them in their assessments, and all these like true like solutions, I'm doing air quotes, you can't see, are going to come out as with AI as that process. The thing is that it's a bigger thing than most people realize. And the thing that changed with AI, nothing changed except that we now have the ability to speak to computers. You don't need to code anymore to do it. So all of these things can be built by somebody who knows how to communicate, who knows how to deliver information to a GPT. And we have an opportunity for us to educate educators in how to build and use AI at its core without buying anything. It's the comparison of like building a WordPress website for free or purchasing, use of someone else's website. We're going to be able to do either one of those, and it's going to be majorly these companies that come ready to license us their systems when we could be investing in supporting our educators in creating tools that are truly personalized for students. Additionally, there's going to be so many things that nobody is thinking about that are just so negative with AI that we are going to be reacting to. It's truly a pandemic. It's a revolution. It's comparable. It's not even comparable to the internet or social media. It's comparable to electricity. That's how different the future is going to be because of AI. And we got that report, which doesn't really cover the important things to cover around AI. Around AI that we're going to be missing is students need to know what AI is so that they don't become isolated. Because you can build these best friends, girlfriends. There's going to be robot girlfriends and boyfriends in the next couple of years, like it or not, it doesn't matter. AI could be used to support students' mental health. It could be a counselor. It could help with our, counselor and social worker crisis if used in the correct way. But if just given free reign to be used and not taught like exactly what it is and that it is only pattern recognition and that it is only working in this way, students, are going to become close to it. And then the only thing that we learned through the pandemic was that isolation is the number one cause of mental illness in our students. And what happens with AI is you start to think that it likes you, but it doesn't. It truly has no opinion of you, no feelings whatsoever. Sometimes it can be biased to, it's kind of coded to be like that. You have to tell AI to question your thinking, to push back on ideas that aren't fully thought through. But that's the kind of thing that we need to teach our educators and our students about AI, not just how to sign into it on a Chromebook and how to use it to study your material. So I think this needs a way bigger discussion, and that we should even invite some true AI experts to advise us going forward as the state board, because we are going to have to make sure that there's some safeguards and parameters around what is being pitched to school districts and what's being allowed in. What's just more of the same, just with a new shiny name that says AI on it, and what is actually a tool that's going to help educators individually be able to create things that support their students with their own knowledge or with the knowledge base that they're choosing to build it from. So it's a complicated thing, but to me, AI is, we can't have a conversation about the vision, about the future, without first having a foundational conversation about AI. And
Thank
I'm
you.
good now. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Member Ford, for sharing that. We have added that to our running notes here. With closing out number 10, we'll move on to agenda item 11, public comment number 2, which is for non-agenda items within the board's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, and time will be monitored by Vice President Hughes. Written public comments may be submitted to the board secretary at nvboarded@doe.nv.gov. Our secretary will read public comments into the record with a time length of 3 minutes. If the comments exceed 3 minutes in length, the full text will be entered into the record and circulated for the board. Please note public comments submitted after the board has officially adjourned will not be included in the record. I will begin with any members of the public who have attended to provide comments in person. If you have, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. It's been a long meeting, so thank you for your patience. Please fill out the comment card. Be sure to turn on the microphone and begin by stating your name for the record. We will limit your comments to 3 minutes. We will begin in Carson City. Are there any in-person comments?
President Dockweiler, there are no in-person comments in Carson City.
Okay, we will come down to Las Vegas, where we have in-person comments from Ryan Reeves, the COO of Academica Nevada.
Thank you, President Dockweiler and members of the board. I appreciate you giving me the time to speak with you today. I'm beginning to think I should have had AI do my comments, but I'll see how I did instead. For more than a year, I've been speaking with members of the board, with members of the Commission on School Funding about at-risk. I really am grateful for the work that this board is doing now on putting together a committee and to evaluate, as should happen, the at-risk funding and to control it, which was always the statutory intent for this board to do. However, there is some important legislative action happening right now that I just want to make sure you all are aware of and can hopefully engage with me in retaining as much of that power and authority as you should, meaning, well, I should say as much of the funds that are needed to support Nevada students as you should. I'm here because the Nevada legislative session is happening. Decisions are being made. It's going to cripple the impact that this board could have in managing at-risk funds. Before you even address this issue, funding has gone from being for a quintile of students down to only being distributed to 13.7% of students to now being budgeted to only go to 11% of students. The state has an 81.6% graduation rate. That means that 18.4% of kids are not graduating. And the funding intended to go to students who are not progressing towards graduation is now budgeted to go to 11% of students, because the broken grad score system that should have never been used in the first place and is flawed in about a dozen different ways is now identified only 50,074 students for the fiscal year 2026 year, according to page 57 in Appendix A of what was presented to the Combined Legislative Committee last week on Wednesday. English learner funding went from $223 million in fiscal year 2025 to $232 million, an $11 million increase. Gifted and talented up $1.5 million. Pupils with disabilities up $6 million. While funding for at-risk students went from $208 million in fiscal year 2025 to $165 million in fiscal year 2026, a drop of $44 million. Do we really believe that there's $44 million less in at-risk students in the state right now, or are they being horribly misidentified and underidentified by the system in place? So there's $600 million remaining in the education stabilization account. They have pulled from that account to maintain the funding and raise it in every other one of the pupil-centered funding plan categories, but they haven't pulled any to maintain or raise the pupil-centered funding plan category of at-risk funding. So now, as you're on the precipice of approving a system that will hopefully work better, there's significantly less money being allocated. The budget is not closed. No matter what anyone says, the governor has promised a veto of the budget as it stands right now based upon some funding that was pulled out. It is continuing to be a matter of discussion, and I'm hoping that you all can join me in sharing a voice. You have a stronger voice than I do with those in power who are making these decisions. So please do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today and your patience in waiting throughout this meeting. Next, we have Lindsay Daly. And thank you, and proceed when you're ready.
Yeah, my name is Lindsay Daly, and I'm from Logandale. It's in Clark County. Been active on our Community Education Advisory Board. Worked with Member Owens a lot. Been on several SOTs. Anyway, I've also served on a locally elected board for 3 terms. So I have some personal experience a little bit on board dynamics, and I really wanted to compliment the board for tackling some hot button issues and just maintaining decorum, because I could tell there was a couple of things got a little hairy there, and I'm going, okay, we're going to see how Member Dockweiler is going to handle this. And I thought it went right through, and I think it's a reflection on the members and the chair. It's refreshing. So I do appreciate that. Under the vision category, I was not planning on even looking at that, but I got, wow, as some of the things were put out here, there's some great visions. And my only little insert here would be to keep the reorg focus in mind. And this is because, our schools are rural and remote, and we have a lot of uniqueness, and that reorg would allow that to come out. Right now, it's one size fits none, and I don't want to go into that. And I know Member Braxton is heading that up, and this board is tackling that. So kudos to you for staying with that, because that's the solution for a big percentage of the state there. And if there's anything that I am currently a community member on our Community Education Advisory Board, and if there's anything we can do to help, if it's just general information, whatever, I mean, would be glad to jump in and however we can help. So thank you very much. And it was a long slog, but I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. Next, we have Shelley Stolworthy from Logandale as well.
There we go. My name is Shelley Stolworthy, and I am also on that Community Education Advisory Board. I'm the vice chair, and I have 5 kids, so in high school, middle school, and elementary. So I'm in the thick of it, and obviously really appreciate coming to these meetings and seeing that you all care, and I can tell that that's what the main focus is. And so hearing all of your visions is enlightening and good. I can tell that you care and you want what's best for the kids. And what I'm about to say might seem a little bit insignificant, but or a little bit weird, but when I think of a vision, I sure wish that the kids had more fun at school. All of my kids, all of them, probably would not say school is very fun, and you're going to hear that all around, right? And so, you hear words like assessment, policy, safety, at risk, curriculum, budget, data, graduation rates, all these things. I wonder if we could just have a broader perspective and just make it fun for the kids. And I'm not sure how that would look. I don't know how you teach administrators to teach teachers to teach kids that it is fun to learn. And maybe some of these other things would just correct themselves. But anyway, I think that we all want that same focus. We want our kids to do all these things. We want safety, and we want graduation rates and our at-risk students to be taken care of, all those things. But I wonder if having fun would solve a lot of those problems. So that is it. And good luck. You guys are doing great.
Thank you so much. And fun would be fantastic. So we can add that to our list. Thank you. All right, so now we will move on. Oh, sorry. Have any public comments been submitted online?
Yes, I have two public comments submitted online. I will start with public comment submitted by Jessica Barr regarding item number 8. Good afternoon, members of the board and Superintendent Canavero. My name is Dr. Jessica Barr, a longtime Nevada educator and CEO of Raising the Bar Data and Consulting. I've supported many schools across the state, district, and charter, providing data analysis, assessment forecasting, and school improvement support. I work closely with leaders using both MAP and iReady, and I appreciate the chance to comment on this critical choice regarding the Read by Grade 3 diagnostic assessment. While Curriculum Associates was selected through a formal RFP/selection committee process, I understand the board is now considering extending MAP for another year. If the state is not prepared to move forward with Curriculum Associate, I urge you to adopt a compromise, allow Nevada schools to choose between MAP and iReady. This recommendation is rooted in the reality of what's already happening on the ground in our schools. More than 1/3 of Nevada schools are already testing K through 3rd students with both MAP and iReady. Not because they are required to, but because they find iReady provides deeper instructional insights and supports day-to-day planning more effectively. Educators are voluntarily taking on this extra burden to get the data they need. That's a powerful signal of what schools find useful. At the same time, a small number of my clients, fewer than 5%, prefer MAP and have built strong systems around it. I would not advocate for taking that option away from them either. The solution then is choice. Now, I understand concerns may be raised about statewide. Number one, will allowing choice redo to be able to compromise? Nevada already allows schools to select different assessments for 4th and 5th grade students under the same Read by Grade 3 law. If we trust educators to choose high quality tools for those grades, why not K through 3? 2, don't we need alignment? Alignment comes from using valid, reliable assessments that meet state criteria, not from mandating a single vendor. Both MAP and iReady can support progress monitoring and early literacy intervention. 3, do other states offer flexibility? Yes. Tennessee, Arizona, and Colorado all have early literacy laws. I will go ahead and put the rest of this public comment into the record as the 3-minute bell has rung. And I will continue with public comment submitted by Josh Witter. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Josh Witter. I am a PhD economist. I am a product of the Clark County School District, and now my own children attend CCSD schools. So I know the system from multiple perspectives as a former student, a parent, and a community member. Professionally, I work at Amazon, where I focus on the research and evaluation of workforce training and safety education programs. While I don't specialize in education policy, I've been studying Nevada's school funding structures, particularly how per pupil funding affects rural schools and or schools with smaller student populations. I also serve on the Moapa Valley Education Fund Board and the Moapa Valley Community Education Advisory Board, where I support local efforts to strengthen educational opportunities for students. One issue I've been looking into is how at risk students' funding is tied to the 20th percentile of Infinite Campus grad score risk. That, That approach results in students with very similar academic performance and risk profiles ending up on the opposite side of the funding line. This kind of sharp cutoff can be especially difficult to deal with smaller schools where small risk scores changes results in significant budget changes from year to year. I wanted to simply to offer myself as a resource if it's helpful to have a research informed perspective or additional support as you navigate funding and policy choices. I'd be glad to contribute. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to Nevada students.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Witter, for the offer. So now we will move on to future agenda item requests. The board is now invited to suggest topics for future agendas. Board member requests will be reviewed by the board president and superintendent, who will determine the most appropriate format for addressing the topic, whether as a formal agenda item for discussion or action, an informal update, or a memo providing additional context and responses to any questions raised. I'd like to start by circling back to agenda item 8 with the read by grade 3 assessment. We did finalize our plan to proceed with an extension of MAPS for 25-26 school year. And at the June 25th meeting, or when best appropriate, I would recommend that by then the legislative session will be over and we will have a better idea of what our next steps might be for selecting the tool for the 26-27 school year. So just wanted to circle back, put that on our radar, and open it up for any other members or any other future agenda item requests. Member Dawson Owens.
I'm sure going with what you just said, just a recap of the legislative session and where we are with our crosswalks and our goals, that would be great. And also, I think it would be at some point helpful for us to have a discussion about AI. I know people are working on it and what's happening and how we can educate our parents and our schools about the value as well as some of the pitfalls that are coming with it. It's not a bad idea.
All right, excellent. So we will add that AI discussion item at a future agenda point. And I love the idea of the crosswalk after the legislative session. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, anybody up north?
Yes, this is member Orr. I do have a future agenda item. I was wondering if we could look at if the department could talk to us about the state testing calendar and if there's any flexibility in giving additional time on the state testing calendar, like moving that back or extending the weeks for school districts that go into late May or early June so that we could maximize instructional time in those school districts. Because right now, it looks like the state testing calendar over the last 2 years was moved up and ends at the end of April, but school districts go till the end of May or early June. And so we're losing instructional time and not maximizing that. And so I was wondering if that's something that we could have a presentation on. I asked for this last year, but I asked for it in August and it was too late. And so I was hoping that we could maybe have that next month.
Okay, thank you, Member Orr.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else down south?
This is member Orr. I have one more. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Last one. You're the last one. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. This is something else I asked for before, but just again, I was really honored to participate in an interview for the efficiency and effectiveness study, and I know that was like last October that we did that, and I am just hoping that we can see the results of that report, and I do think it will be so helpful to whoever comes in as the next superintendent. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right, seeing no more requests, we will move on to item 13, our adjournment. So thank you all for your time today. Our next scheduled board meeting will take place on Wednesday, June 25th, 2025 at 9 a.m. If there are no other questions, and seeing none, this board meeting is adjourned at 2:04. So So members down up north, could you please stand in front of the little TV, the big TV, I should say, in the boardroom so we can take a picture with member Keys?